Oh, Ethan, you're giving me the thumbs up. Oh, I can go? Okay, welcome back. Pillar number 7. After this pillar, we have one more pillar left. Okay, it's going to be on natural rights. No. Back. Page number 7. Uh, Is this how I sound?
You sound scary.
Oh, okay. Um, Today we're going to talk about the market for governance, okay? And then we have one more pillar left, number 8, in 2 weeks. We'll talk about natural rights, human rights. We'll talk about the market for philanthropy, the new concept, we call it praxeonomy, where, rights are market emergent rather than predetermined by nature or by the gods. That's coming up in 2 weeks. But today we're going to talk about the market for governance. Um, okay, I can't switch slides. Okay, so let's talk about governance. Why do we need governance, right? We need governance because we need order. Order is a good. Order is a normal good. We want apples. We like apples. We like to consume apples, oranges, healthcare, accounting services, lawyering services. We also like to consume, right? Order. So order is a positive good. It's a normal good. Uh, we like order because what is order? Order is the peaceful arrangement of activities among market participants. Okay, so order is the peaceful arrangement of social life. We human beings desire order, and the reason we desire order because out of order emerges what? Security, right? We desire security. Order, a feature of order, a characteristics of order is an enterprise that provides dispute resolution, arbitration, mediation services. Order is characterized where there is an entity that provides stability in our exchanges, where it's an environment where there are registry systems or a system that where we can properly define property ownership, right? Order also embedded in our order system is when there are entities that could enforce contracts, right? It's a contractual society. Order is a place where peaceful cooperation is encouraged. Okay, that's order. When in economics, when we say order, it means an environment when there is security, when there is an entity that provides dispute resolution, there are entities that provide stability, properly determined, defined property rights, etc. Okay, that is order, and order is something that we human beings desire. Okay, it's a positive good, it's a normal good. We want to have order, okay, because we like the security, we like stability, right? Most people, again, some people, so we're generalizing. I'm not saying everyone likes order. Some people might like disorder, right? But most people, right, that's the equilibrium desire in the marketplace is order, because order aligns with our human nature. It aligns with our human nature, the stability, the homeostatic stability we talked about. Now, the question I would like to raise in this lecture is, does order require governance in the political sense? Okay. Do we, in order to obtain order in the marketplace, it's a desirable good, does it require a government or a political governance? And the answer is no. Okay, we can have order in the marketplace that we all desire in the absence of a centralized authority, in the absence of a government, in the absence of governance in the political sense. So order could emerge in a decentralized market, in a contractual way, in a competitive way, okay, in a voluntary fashion. So order emerges out of voluntary exchange, out of cooperation in the marketplace, in a competitive and contractual market environment. There are institutions that will lay the foundations for the emergence of order that we desire in a decentralized fashion. So there can be order without a centralized governance. Now, we seek survival, like human beings. Our ultimate goal, human action, is purposeful and it is targeted towards the attainment of our goals. The most fundamental goal, the primary goal, is our survival, right? Because the alternative, if there is no order, there is conflict, then that would be too costly, okay? Because conflict is costly, so human beings are incentivized to do what? To develop arbitration and mediation systems in the marketplace, insurance and assurance companies in the marketplace. There are reputation mechanisms, right? There is the catalactic order we talked about, the price mechanism, profit losses, entrepreneurship, right? There are security agencies, institutions that we like. All of these institutions, market institutions, okay, will emerge in a contractual free market environment to provide us order. That's our goal, because order, right, is the most efficient way for us to attain our desired ends, our preferences, and our goals. So, in this sense, in a market system, in an anarchic, eventually we're going to call this anarchy, right? Anarchy stands for stands for absence, and archy is a ruler. So in the absence of a ruler, in the political sense, we call it anarchy. Okay. So in this sense, anarchy will emerge from below. It's a ground up emergent governance mechanisms. It's not a top down as we have in the political sense. Okay. It is not imposed from above. In this anarchic environment, the medium of exchange will facilitate trade, will create harmony, cooperation. Assurance companies will validate the safety and the efficacy of goods and services. Insurance companies, as we've seen. So this is a kind of, I'm providing a review of what we've seen so far, right? Insurance companies that will mitigate risk. We've seen how insurance companies do that. Banking institutions that provide a deposit, safe space for us to deposit our money, our gold, right? And provides investment opportunities which lead to higher level of productivity and economic progress. So also today, obviously, our focus is that governance, right? A market governance, all these institutions aggregated together, they interact, they overlap, they're woven together, right, to create what we call a market governance, okay, that organizes societal interaction. So all of this jurisprudence, arbitration, and mediation enterprises will adjudicate disputes, and security agencies will protect our life and provide security for us. This is the aggregation of these market emergent institutions will provide us the foundations of what we call a market governance. So so market governance is the interaction of all these institutions together, right, that creates this anarchic social order. So governance refers to a system or a mode that organizes societal interaction. It is a mechanism of how rules are generated and how these rules are enforced. It is a mechanism of conflict resolution. It's a mechanism that creates harmony and cooperation in the marketplace. We're going to find out very soon that the governance system that we have now, right, a political governance system, we're going to find out it's actually the opposite, right, of order. This monopolistic centralized authority that we have today in most of the countries around the world, right, it will lead to the disruption of order rather than the creation of order. Sorry, that was me. So let's look at historical types of governance and the type of governance in which we operate today, right? So historically, there has been a variety of types of governance systems, right? Monarchies, theocracies ruled by religion, like the Sharia law, for example, The Vatican would be one. Iran is an example of a theocracy. We can have monarchies. Obviously, in the Middle Ages, most European countries had monarchies. Until today, there are monarchies in the Sultanate of Brunei, in the United Arab Emirates, in Saudi Arabia. There are monarchies, right? There are various forms of governance systems, right? Dictators over time. But the most dominant ones, if I want to group them, I want to say there's democracy, which is the most dominant form of governance today around the world. And there are some monarchies, and there is a variety of, but these are the two most dominant if I want to aggregate them, right? So I want to emphasize on democracy and monarchy. These are the two dominant forms of governance. Governance, we desire order. So governance is the provider of order, right? So governance mechanisms, democracy or monarchy in this sense, should be providing order and stability. Yet, unfortunately, we got the exact opposite, as I mentioned in the previous slide. What we got is that death of 170 million people called democide by Ramels, 1994. He has a book, he has a website, you can check it out, the numbers. I just checked that in the year 2024, this is the last when data was available by Uppsala Conflict Data. It's a website that provides data that today in 2024, there were 61 active state-based conflicts. State-based, that means state against a state. For example, Ukraine and Russia, India and Pakistan, 61 active conflicts in the world. 61, okay? In 2024, again, the same data set, the last available data, there were 74 active non-state conflicts. That means within state conflicts. You see, I mean, the world, we have about 193 countries in the world. And imagine 61 state-based conflict and 74 non-state or within the state. So this is within the state conflict, like the government of Yemen and the Houthis that are fighting one another, the government of Syria and the Syrian rebel fighters or the insurgents, we call them. You can think about Lebanon and the rest of it. 74 active within the state. Where is harmony? Where is prosperity? Right? I mean, democracy was supposed to provide us stability. Okay, yet if we if we have a loose definition of what democracy is, we see that democracies are fighting other democracies. We see that democracies are fighting non-democracies, and non-democracies are fighting non-democracies. So there is war all around the world, right? If we have a loose understanding of what we mean by democracy. So it didn't provide us order. We didn't get order, okay? Next slide. What is democracy? Democracy is governance by the people. It means majority rule. That's what democracy is, majority rule. 51% is the majority, okay? So democracy is majority rule, is governance by the people. Originally, it emerged, the idea of democracy, it emerged in Athens, ancient Greece, 5th century BC. Again, it wasn't democracy in the sense that we understand it today, like, women could not vote, slave could not vote. If you didn't have enough wealth, you wouldn't be able to participate in the voting process. But nevertheless, the first time the ideas of collective decision making happened about 5th century BC in Athens. Eventually, this idea emerged to modern representative democracy. In most countries of the world, we have select representatives, and our representatives would pick a president sometimes, or there is direct voting. And then, we have ballots, or our representatives would set up the laws of the land. Okay, so that's what it eventually evolved. So democracy, simply stated, is an environment where decision making is produced by the collective. It's a communal decision making mechanism, right? Either indirectly, but nevertheless, that's the idea, that decisions are made collectively. Okay, it's like a more utilitarian ideology embedded in democracy. So that's what democracy is. I call democracy uh, as the tyranny of the majority, because 51%, right? 51% is ruling over the 49%. The preference of the 51% dominate over the preferences of the 49%. So it's majority tyranny. Okay, I mean, do you have any preference whether you live under a monarchy where maybe perhaps there is one tyrant or a group of tyrants? What's the difference to you? If you're right, if your preferences, for example, smoking cigarettes in a bar, right, in a restaurant, for example, are not allowed in the US, or you're not allowed to sell a kidney, or you're not allowed to sell your labor for a certain price, right, because there are minimum wages and things like that. So your rights, your freedoms, your rights are all, taken away under the disguise that, oh, this is what the collective wants, and we're supposed to be okay with that. We're supposed to be fine because the collective wants it. But to the individual, right? Economics is the science of human action. Only human beings have feelings. All you human beings experience love. Society is an abstract entity. So the idea I'm making is that what society prefers should not be the rule that dominates your preferences. So the majority process, the communal process, violates your private individual preferences. And whether that violation is at the hands of one individual, a monarch, or a group of people doesn't actually make a difference. So I really don't have a preference whether it's a monarch who's violating my preferences or whether it's the group that's violating my preferences. As a matter of fact, in the following slides, I want to show you that there are circumstances that I'd rather be violated, my rights being violated by an individual rather than by a group, for various reasons we're going to discuss. So think about risk tolerance as a very simple example, right? How your preferences. Risk tolerance, the trade-off between risk and time, for example. Imagine speed limit, or imagine regulations over drugs, right? Drugs, they must be safe and efficient, but we can't have full safety and full efficiency because most of the drugs have side effects, right? Most of the drugs, they have side effects. So who should be the determinant with respect to the trade-off between our preferences and the risks that we're willing to take? Who should be the decision maker between the risk and speed on our freeways, right? I mean, if you want safety, then we should have stop sign every 100 meters. There should be a stop sign, so you get 100% safety. But we want to get to our destination, so time is a preference that we have. So therefore, we drive at 70, 80 miles an hour, right? But there is risks of an accident and dying is increasing. So it's a trade-off that the best decision maker of that trade-off should be the individual. I don't want you to make that risk aversion or risk-taking decision making. A bureaucrat should make it. It should be made by the interactions of millions of buyers and the millions of sellers of transportation services. So the trade-off should be determined, emergent in the marketplace rather than set by a bureaucrat. Okay, so the FDA, for example, it should be whether a drug is approved or not approved, whether you want to consume or not consume a drug should be determined by the individual, right? But in a majority rule environment, the preference of the 51% dominates with the preference of the 49%, right? I have an example over here. Your risk tolerance with respect to flight. The FAA says that an airplane must have two engines if any point in time in its travel, it's 60 miles away from an airport. So if you're 60 miles away during your trip from an airport, then you must have two engines. Okay, that's sad. But maybe some people who are okay with one engine, maybe some people would want three engines. Let the individual decide their trade-off between risk and price, right? I mean, or time or speed, etc. So this is an example. This is another example over here in the next slide. These are examples of violations of our preferences by the majority. Think about California flavored tobacco ban. Like menthol and flavored vapes are banned in the United States. I mean, who's banning it? I don't think an authoritarian regime might ban it. So there are circumstances I'd rather be in an authoritarian, a dictatorship environment than a democracy. Democracy is like a group violence, a mob violence. That's what democracy is. Okay, I'd rather be violated by one entity than a group violation. California prohibits smoking, for example, in places of employment. It's a majority tyranny mechanism disguised, as it's the will of the majority. The will of majority should not apply to me. That's your will. I have my own will. I have my desires, right? So the median voter, the person right in the middle of the distribution of preferences with regard to the FAA or speed limits or waging a war or imposing a tariff or spending money on welfare programs, etc., taxation. All these rules are imposed, on the minority by majority rule. And in particular, the median voter preferences will be the dominant preferences in the marketplace. Another problem with democracy is that the costs are diffused and the benefits are centralized, right? In a democracy, the governance, the centralized government could make decisions, right, without bearing the cost, right? And if there is benefits, then they inherit the benefits. They cost diffusion, but centralized benefits. That's the model that we have in a democracy. Accountability is diffused, right? When you wage a war, you can just say, "Oh, everybody voted for a war." Or when you you prohibit smoking in a city, in a restaurants, then you can say, "Oh, that was the majority vote," right? If it turns out to be bad for business, it turns out to be bad for the environment, etc. You don't incur the costs. The costs are diffused. But if it turns out to be the right approach, then you inherit the benefits. So benefits are centralized, costs are distributed. And in this environment, when you're not making decisions, when you don't have a skin in the game, when you wage a war, and as a president, you're not guillotined like they would do in the old days to the kings, right? In Middle Ages, you're not going. You lose a war. You lose a war. Nothing happens. You lose the presidency, and you go on and retire, and you live your life. You don't have a skin in the game. Monarchs, they have a skin in the game. When they lose the war, they lose a piece of land, and that piece of land is theirs. They have ownership, and they want to pass it down to their posterity, right? So that long time preference that Hans Hermann Hoppe talked about in his book, The Democracy, The God That Failed, right? It's a great book. He emphasizes the time preference of the monarchies or dictatorships vis-a-vis the time preference of democracies. A president in a democracy, the ruler is short-lived. 4 years, you get lucky, another 4 years, and then you're out, right? It's not your land, but monarchs, dictatorship, it's their land. You don't want to lose your land. You want to pass it on to you inherited it for centuries and you want to pass it down for centuries. So you have a skin in the game, okay? Democracies are also prone to corruption, right? I mean, a monarchy, there's no room for corruption. A monarch is a decision maker, right? Is a final decision maker. Democracies are prone to corruption, are prone to lobbying, idle activities, etc. So that's another shortcoming of democracy. Think about a tariff, steel tariff, right? The United States has imposed historically tariffs on steel coming from Europe. Who benefits from the steel tariffs? The producers of steel in the US, right? The producers would benefit because a tariff will increase the price of steel. But at whose expense? The majority, right? All of us in this particular case, because of lobbying, we're losing now, right? Because you are imposing the steel producers in the US. They're concentrated, they're organized, and they can lobby for protectionism under the infant industry or under the national security argument. Okay, this is where corruption is taking place. That's the idea of democracy. We can spend more time, but it's not something that we desire. Why should we come to conclude that democracy is the equilibrium, the most best way of organizing our societal interactions? Uh, Technology is always doing what? Improving. We're producing new goods, new services, new technology. Ideas are progressing. Human ingenuity is limitless and it's improving, right? Are we supposed to say, oh, the way democracy is the last way that human beings should organize their relationships? Are we done in the social sciences? Should we shut down studies, research in the social sciences and say we found the best way of organizing our societal interactions and then just shut it down? No. I mean, we can also improve how we organize our exchanges, our trade, our interactions in the marketplace. Okay. So monarchy, as I mentioned, is a singular form of governance. Most in the Middle Ages, most countries in the world were dominated by what we call monarchy. Today we have Saudi Arabia, it's a theocracy, monarchy, Jordan, Brunei, United Arab Emirates. Monarchies, relatively speaking, tend to be more efficient than democracies because they have lower administrative cost. Okay, we don't have the layers of bureaucracy in a democracy. Okay, it's a very very lean mechanisms of providing order in the marketplace. So monarchies are more efficient. Hans Hermann Hoppe, as I mentioned earlier, talks about the time preference of monarchs over the time preferences of presidents of democratic of democracies. They're short-lived, short-term electoral benefits. That's what they're seeking after. Furthermore, Hans Hermann Hoppe claims that in monarchies, wars would be short-lived, right? In a monarchy, wars are because the monarch could go bankrupt, right? They have a skin in the game. They're very careful not losing more land or more wealth, right? More money. Whereas democracies is a long horizon, long-term war because they can, extract money from the inhabitants and they don't have a direct skin in the game, and they can wage war that lasts longer and longer, especially as I mentioned, I believe earlier, in a fiat money environment where they can just print money and print more money. That's what the war in Ukraine and Russia, it would be none, and this war could go on for 100 years, right? Because what they're doing, they're just printing money, right? They're receiving money from countries that are printing money. I mean, how are we sending money to Ukraine? By printing money, right? Increasing the money supply. And at the end, both the inhabitants of both countries will be impoverished. I mean, they can go all the way. And then at the end, there is no winner, there is no losers because both countries are bankrupt. Okay. So there's no end to wars in this environment. I believe monarchies, they're motivated by they have a skin in the game and they would want to seek a short-term resolution, make agreements. Again, in Hans Hermann Hoppe talks about how democracies diffuse the cost of the wars and how monarchies must internalize the cost of the wars, right? So there's externalizing, right? A president will externalize. George Bush waged a war against Iraq, and then he retired. And now he's a painter, he's an artist, he's living life. Like he doesn't have a skin in the game, right? A monarch would actually lose a land. Like a monarch, like his relatives, his brothers and, sisters and his children will actually guillotine him because he lost something that was owned by the family. Okay, but for Bush or for any democratically elected president, they don't have a skin in the game. They just lose a war, they may lose a piece of land, but it's not their land. Okay, so all I want to say is that I'm not saying monarchy is better than democracy. They are both evil systems of governance, and don't think that, as Kuhn said, that progress is not linear. And it's not always improving with regard. Sometimes we go backward for 100 years, 1,000 years. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. So monarchy or democracy is not necessarily an improvement over a monarchy. Now, I would like to move on to, so we talked about the general idea of what democracy is, and we talked about what monarchy is, but I would like to introduce to you, right, for the first time, the alternative. You might say, okay, if you don't like democracy, you don't like monarchy or dictatorship, we don't like these forms of governance, then what's the alternative? Is democracy a necessary evil? It's evil, but it's necessary because the alternative is worse. Unfortunately, that's the dichotomy we're given. It's like, we have democracy, we have dictatorship, and which one do you prefer? Of course, everyone is going to say, I prefer democracy. But we're going to drop this two-dimensional space of possibilities, and we're going to introduce what we call an anarchic order, right? Or governance via proprietary, contractual, polycentric environment. Okay, so I'm going to interchangeably use the word anarchic governance or anarchic order, which is an order that arises in the absence of a ruler, a market emergent order. I will interchangeably use the word proprietary society, proprietary governance which is based on property ownership. Okay, and within that property ownership, there'll be institutional provision of the services that we desire that will create order in a polycentric fashion. That means there will be many arbitration and mediation agencies providing services with respect to conflict resolution. There'll be many institutions providing a medium of exchange. There'll be many competing contractual institutions that will provide security services, right? There'll be many competing contractually agreed upon institutions such as assurance and insurance institutions, enterprises that would provide insurance to mitigate your risk, or assurance so that you know the quality and the efficacy of a drug or a good or a service. Okay, so that's what a proprietary contractual society is. So it's a contractual society between these market institutions, competing market institutions, and it's a contractual society between the inhabitant and the proprietor, right? So the proprietor would be the owner of a land. Okay, the proprietor could be an individual, or it could be owned by a group of people, or it could be a corporation where any inhabitant in any jurisdiction would have stocks in it. So it's like a business-like approach rather than, this is our country, the nation state with flags, So it's a different arrangement of society. Before I forget, also, I want to mention that what is the most important factor when you decide where to live? What is the most important factor? I mean, obviously, you want to live in an environment where most people would want to live in an environment where the neighbors are ethnically alike, right? You want to live within your people, right? Because you share a culture, you share history, you share food, you share music, right? I mean, that would be a preference. Another type of preference would be you want to live among people who have the same faith, right? I mean, you might want to live in a neighborhood that are, if you're Muslim, you want to live among Muslims. If you're Christian, you want to live in a neighborhood where there are Muslims, right? That would be a preference, right? Because you want to surround yourself with people that you share some type of a belief and ideology. Sometimes people ideologically align, right? If you're libertarian, you might want to have a preference to live in a libertarian community. But what is the most dominant preference What is the most dominant preference? Where do people on planet Earth, if you look at migration patterns in the world, where would be the most dominant, what would be the most dominant preference? Opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Economic, financial opportunity. Where prosperity is dominant, that's where people go. I left my country behind. I left my culture. I left my religion. I left my people, my music, the food that I like, the climate that I grew up. I came to the place where I have the most opportunities, financial, economic opportunities. That's the bottom line. You will sacrifice everything. Most people, I'm saying, people have preferences, but most of the people that are coming to the United States, they're not coming because they like the United States. I mean, just like, like in, I don't know what that means, because there are economic opportunities. Because today, the United States provides the highest economic opportunities because it's stable relatively than other countries, internal stability, it's strong. So that provides an environment for more prosperity. If tomorrow Mexico becomes dominant in the sense that it provides there is stability and there are economic opportunities, there is high savings rates or accumulated savings, right? There's more capital. If I'm more prosperous, trust me, most people would pack up and would leave. No one has a direct, I mean, there would be kids that are indoctrinated. Unfortunately, most of the kids in our high school and schools, it starts since kindergarten, right? They get indoctrinated, like patriotism, love for the country. All that stuff is bullshit. When you're financially hurt, when you don't see opportunity, you're going to pack and then go somewhere else. Okay? So that's the most dominant form of migration today. People will migrate to countries that have more opportunities. Dubai is providing more economic opportunities. You have millions of Indians and Pakistanis, Middle Easterns, Lebanese, migrating towards, Singapore has opportunities. People migrate there, right? US has opportunities. People will migrate there. European countries have economic opportunities. You don't care where you're going. You just want to go the place that provides you the highest economic opportunity. That's the dominant, okay? The reason I'm telling you this, because it's going to play an important role in how jurisdictions are organized in an anarchic social order. So, proprietary order is jurisdictional system. Jurisdictions think about pieces of land. Think about gated communities, okay? Where the rules and the relationships are organized by contract. When you go to a gated community, right, you don't get to vote on the rules, on the terms. It just, the owners of the gated community, the management company, it's for-profit management company, they have the rules. And then if you like the rules, then you enter that gate community. If you don't like it, there's another community next to it. They will advertise the rules, right? And based on your preferences, you would go to the jurisdiction, okay, that aligns the most with your preference. If your preferences are extreme, then you don't enter any jurisdiction. You have your own jurisdiction. So people ask me, in a decentralized social order, how many countries would there? First of all, it's not a country. It's not like political borders. There'll be boundaries. A boundary is a natural border where like-minded, or where that blood has not spilled on, as because hands. Excuse me. The book The State by what's the name of the author? Franz Oppenheimer, right? He said that today's today's nation states, their borders, these bloodied borders, right? It's all by conquest. That's how the nation states were built. Well, I'm suggesting that we have a proprietary, based on the homesteading principle, right? Ownership and protection of your property. There emerges communities, jurisdictions, owned by an individual or by a group of people, and they provide services. They want to attract inhabitants. Think about business centers like malls. How can we call mall? It's a business what? Business place where you go buy clothing and shoes and things. It's a business center, right? When you want to go to the mall, right? you don't get to set the rules. The rules are predetermined. You can't play loud music. You can have a gun. You can't be naked, right? There are rules. There are many malls, and the malls are competing for you as tenants, right? They're competing because they want to bring you, and based on your preferences, you get to pick which mall you want to open your shop. Think about, instead of a mall, think about a gated community where they're competing for you to walk in and live in that community, right? So it's the same idea. You shouldn't participate because you don't have a skin in the game and you don't have the knowledge of affairs of management of that gated. You don't know. You're not a climatologist to decide whether CO2 is breaking the ozone layer, right? You don't have a voting right because you don't know this. You're not an engineer. You're not a climate scientist. You're not, So there's a management. They will, and you pick which management you like. If the management is not to your liking, you can walk out, right? Or so you move, and the movement is not difficult because wherever the opportunity is, that's where you move. Okay, so and this obviously these jurisdictions are competing for inhabitants. So the rules are organized by contract between you and the owners of management of the jurisdiction, rather than the ballot box, rather than by majority rule as we have today in a democracy. That's the worst thing. People, individuals, inhabitants should not have a decision making. Their decision is at the border. So when you come to a jurisdiction, to a community, a gated community, for example, your decision is at the border. Do I enter this jurisdiction to be an inhabitant of that jurisdiction, or I don't? So your only decision making is based on your preferences. Where do you want to enter? Once you enter my house, then it's my rules. Okay? You shouldn't be able to impose your preferences after you come into my house, right? That I should turn off the lights at 8 p.m., that I should play the music, I shouldn't have abortion, there should be no death penalty, or yes, etc. Right? So your decision is at the border whether you want to enter that jurisdiction or not. So the world will not consist of countries, but it will be jurisdictions. Okay. So instead of the monopolistic authority imposed by law, like most successful proprietary governance will have a polycentric, a competitive, rather than have because in a democracy, there's a monopoly over the provision of security, right? There is the police. It's a monopoly. There is the courts. It's a monopoly, right? There is the US dollar in the US. That's a monopoly over the provision of the medium of exchange, right? In a polycentric jurisdictional society, there are competing agencies that provide security, assurance, insurance, arbitration, mediation, competing currencies, right? So we want the jurisdictions, the most successful ones, will have internally a polycentric order. Okay, there might be some jurisdictions under Sharia law, or the Amish would want to have their own group, right? They can have there can be different jurisdictions. So in a way, it's polycentric, right? So they can have different jurisdictions, but the most successful, prosperous ones would be those that internally provide a polycentric form of governance, which is competing agencies in the provision of these goods and services that we desire. First law becomes contractual, right, in this proprietary governance environment. Second, security is competitive rather than monopolized. Third, dispute resolution is polycentric. There are many companies, enterprises that provide, arbitration mediation services. Fourth, we have a clearly defined property ownership. Okay, clearly defined property ownership. And in this proprietary governance system, order emerges incrementally, right? So within jurisdictions, order emerges via institutions, market institutions that are competing with one another to provide goods and services that we desire. So to sum it up, a market governance does not mean no rules. Anarchy does not mean no rules. Anarchy means no centralized, no political ruler. Okay. As a matter of fact, it's not only centralized. The scary thing about democracy is that it's majority rule, right? Which is gets put in the hands of an individual that will be the decision maker. So I don't want majoritarianism. I don't want an authoritarian regime or a monarchy. Okay, I don't want any authority. Okay, uh, all I want is a proprietary order. The proprietor, by definition, if it's your land via the homesteading principle we're going to talk about shortly, will have ownership of that piece of land, and within that proprietary environment, you get to decide what the rules are. So that's why I don't want to even call it a law. Law is something that penetrates your private life, like it's the law of the land. But you're on the land, you have a house, you own the house, but somehow the law that's outside will penetrate into your house. You can't prostitute your body in your own house, right? I mean, so I don't want that. I want whatever jurisdiction that you are, based on your preferences, there are rules and regulations. If you don't like it, you can go to another jurisdiction and have that meet your or align with your preference. So anarchy in this sense is not chaos, as some people might believe, the word anarchy, right? Anarchy is the absence of a monopolistic ruler. Okay, anarchy is actually peace, is harmony, is prosperity. In a proprietary contractual society, proprietors will compete with one another to attract tenants. Otherwise, tenants will get out and they will be under the threat of bankruptcy. Imagine a mall who's not doing a job, the tenants don't like it, right? The security is not good enough, it's not competitive, they don't like the services, the lights are not on, there's no air conditioning. You leave, you go bankrupt. So management of it, so a proprietary contractual society is a society where the land is being managed for profit. It's a for-profit management order, societal order. Okay, these management companies are motivated by profits. They have a skin in the game. They can go bankrupt. Okay. Obviously, most fundamental characteristic feature of this proprietary society is that we need to understand property ownership. The idea of how do we come to own property. Okay. Um, so let's take a break, maybe. It's been nearly an hour. Let's take a break, 5 minutes, a short break, and then I want to talk about how do we come to own property, and then we move forward with what we call anarchy. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, and how about is that the mic on over there? Because you pressed something over there too. Is the mic on? Both? Okay. Okay, so let's continue with and then give me power over the right. So we just concluded that the best form of governance is a proprietary governance via a management. Okay, proprietary governance via management. Now, obviously, the most important factor in this proprietary governance or proprietary order, right, or anarchic order, is the idea of property, right? So let's briefly talk about how did property emerge or property emerged over time. There are many competing views of property ownership, right? The first one that we're familiar with is the libertarian property rights. In a libertarian world, how do we come to own property? How do we come to own property under the libertarian property rights? And I would like to propose an alternative to libertarian property rights. I'm going to call it the praxionomic property ownership. Okay. I have actually a problem with the word rights under the libertarian property rights. What do you mean by rights? What is a right? What role does it play? How effective is that you have rights? If you claim that you have rights, how effective is that? If I'm conquering your piece of land, are you going to pull out a piece of paper and say, look, I have the rights? It's a worthless piece of document. And where do you come to say I have the rights to it? So I'm going to provide an alternative, which is ownership rather than rights. And ownership that you can only protect via market institutions. Then you can say I have a right, I have ownership, but it must be emergent via market mechanisms, right? That would validate your ownership of that property, that would protect that private property that you claim it is yours, not by mere claiming right, even if it's homesteaded. Okay, so let's talk about the first libertarian property rights. So the idea is that from the principle of self-ownership, right, there emerges the idea of property rights. So if you own yourself, and then when you mix your labor with the land, right, when you find a piece of wood, you work the piece of wood, you put legs, right, and then you create a table out of it, then you become the owner of that table. If it's an unowned piece of land, you take the land, you nurture the land, you tame the animals, you fence it, you irrigate it, you build your hut, you come to own that piece of land. That's the homesteading principle. And I believe we talked about uh, homesteading in previous principles, in previous pillars. So, so by extension, your property is the fruits of your labor. Okay. So in this framework, the rights to property is philosophical. It's a moral principle. The idea of the word rights. Okay. Ownership you have, yes. Homesteading does provide ownership to you, but it's not a right. It's an ownership as long as you can keep it. There's no right claims. When you bring in rights, it's a moral claim. And property should not have a moral claim. A property should have ownership that could be protected via market institutions. Now, how do you come to own that property? Obviously, via homesteading principle. That's one of the ways. Or you buy it, you inherit, etc. Right? So I have a problem with the word, not the homesteading idea, but the claiming that you have a right because you homestead it. There's no such thing as right, because the word rights has a philosophical, ideological, or moral tone to it. John Locke, obviously, we know, is the person who came out in his book, The Second Treatise of Government, in 1690. He said that he extended natural right or natural law, natural rights to human rights. And then because we have human rights, I have rights to my personhood. Then by extension, I have rights to the fruits of my labor because I'm mixing my soul, my energies with the land. So I have to come to have property rights over land and apples and oranges that I produce. That's the chronological example, right? So that's the way that an individual acquires a right to the land. This is obviously, as I mentioned, it's a moral claim that cannot be overtaken. But the problem is, can you define what natural rights are? What is a natural right? What do you mean by natural? The world, right? Is it nature, natural right? Nature, right? The right arises from nature. But if you look at the animal kingdom, you look at the plant kingdom, there is no rights, emergent rights. Like the big fish is eating the small fish. The mahogany tree consumes more light, more energy, more water in the forest than all the other trees combined together. Question?
Yes. Can we call, instead of natural rights, can we call them artificial rights?
Oh yeah, they're artificial rights. Yeah, very good. Yeah, would be very happy. Right? These are, I mean, they claim they're natural rights, but they are artificial rights. They're ideological rights, right? Um, so nature doesn't provide us a law. There is no law. What's the law of the nature? It's the law of the jungle, right? In the animal kingdom, in the plant kingdom, right? The only reason the law of the jungle doesn't apply to us because we have the cognitive capacity to realize that cooperation is more fruitful, right? I mean, obviously we're different because the only reason we realize that, cooperation is peaceful and more prosperous is because of the division of labor, right? Again, remember the most fundamental difference between one of the most fundamental differences between the human kingdom and the animal and the plant kingdom is the idea of the depth of the division of labor. The deeper the division of labor, the more interconnected we become, the more interdependent we become, right? And the division of labor is limitless, right? It's getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, right? Animals, the bees, they have few hierarchies. There is the queen bee, there's the drones, there are the what else? Like the soldier bees. The ants have some hierarchy, right? Some depth to the division of labor, but our depth of division of labor is limitless. Okay, and that's what brings us together as human beings. So we realize that cooperation is more, profitable, more gainful to us. Uh, but again, this whole idea of rights is not emergent in nature. There is no natural law; it's the law of the jungle, right? So so this is like not a libertarian view. It's actually against a libertarian view of like emergent. So we're going to talk in our last pillar, the next pillar. I'm sure you have a lot of questions on this. We're going to talk in the next pillar what is the natural rights versus praxeonomic rights, rights that are emergent in the marketplace rather than claiming artificial rights or rights. Even if you have the right, even if you homestead it, that doesn't give you to claim you have a right. So the problem is with the word right because it dulls the brain. Instead of saying I have the right to this property because I homestead it, the best thing that you can do is find market institution that will provide protection of your property ownership. When an army is at your door, you're not going to draw a piece of paper that says I have a right, a natural right to this property. The better is to have your own army that would protect it, right? So it's a different view with respect to rights versus ownership. A question?
Not just you'd say you'd be against the Rothbardian natural rights claiming to be derived out of self-ownership too, right?
Yes, yeah. You don't own yourself. I mean, think about today. You don't own yourself. You don't have the right to yourself. You can sell in the United States. The minimum wage is about $18.98. So you can sell your labor for $18 to me. You want to work for me? You say, give me $18. I want to work for you. You can't do it. So what kind of right is that? You don't have ownership of your own labor. You can't sell your kidney. You can't prostitute your body. You can't consume certain drugs because you're banned of consumption of certain drugs. I mean, it's an illusion that we have rights, right? Like Schiphol, every 4 years we go to the booth and we vote and somehow it's like, oh, like, we're voting, we have like this rights, but we don't. Okay, it's artificial rights. So yeah, definitely, we're against the Rothbardian, self-ownership or right to self-ownership. You own yourself as long as you protect it. Okay, question?
So I can understand that. Want to live in a world where we do have self-ownership. Is that
No, you don't want to. You don't want to live in a world where you can say, I have the right to self-ownership. You don't. Oh, naturally, that's market emergent. You will own yours in an anarchic, in a praxeonomic sense. There will be ownership of your personhood. Of course, that's market emergent. It's not artificial. It's not like a morality. I own myself because of nature. No, I own myself because it's a market emergent phenomena, because I have the tools, the mechanisms, the norm, the customs, the tradition, the market institutions that will provide me the foundations for self-ownership. Okay, obviously that's emergent. So that's the obviously another argument in favor of an emergent ownership of property. Early primitive societies, agrarian societies, they quickly realized that for stability of the village, right, village primitive communities, if they want to have stability, there's no conflict, there is no disorder. The most fundamental phenomena was that what? Recognition of property ownership. So the idea of property ownership via the homesteading principle emerged organically in the marketplace because people desire stability, people desire order. You remember at the beginning of the lecture, I said order is a normal good that we desire, that we want to consume. So the idea of property rights was market emergent rather than ideological emergent because you homesteaded, you have a right to it. No. Okay? You don't have the right because historically speaking, land has been always conquered. Okay? And no one was able to pull a piece of paper and say, look, I have a right, and then, don't come into my land. No, there was always conquest. Okay? So instead of saying I have a right, you can say I have ownership and protect it. Okay? So be market approach to property ownership rights rather than, metaphysical rights. So the idea of property rights, property ownership was not a right, but it emerged because it was beneficial for economic prosperity of the village, right? So it was enforced not by rights mechanism, but it was enforced by social recognition. So once you homestead, you want society to recognize that you have ownership of that land, right? So it was an ownership emergent property ownership. There are few people, Elinor Ostrom, governing the commons. She observed that property ownership creates stability and cooperation. So we want property ownership because it creates stability and cooperation. Society as a whole wants that. James Scott, The Moral Economy of the Peasant, shows that land tenure reduced conflict among villagers. Tenure means ownership of the land, right? So ownership of property, via the homesteading people emerged because everyone in the village, because it was provided order. So order is based on property. Everyone likes order. So we came to each other's rescue. Villagers, if a third party comes, takes over your land, when we all recognize that piece of land, you own it, then we're going to come to your rescue, and vice versa, right? So that's how an enforcement mechanism emerged in the marketplace. A market emergent enforcement mechanism of property protection, property right, property ownership protection. So just to sum up, property ownership emerged as a social and economic institution because it reduced conflict and it raised productivity. It created order. It did not arise from an abstract argument, from morality claim or a natural rights theory. Over century protection agencies, it was originally organically all the villagers would come to your rescue if another villager wants to take your property that you have already established via homesteading principle. But over time, right, we have the organized property protection agencies emerged, home assurance agencies, enterprises emerged, arbitration and mediation emerged to adjudicate disputes between landowners, ownership, right? This all emerged not by ethical degree, right? Not by law, but they emerged by praxionomically via market interaction, via human action. How about the nation state? Like some views about the nation state. I mentioned earlier, Franz Oppenheimer in his book called The State, okay? He said the genesis of the nation state as we have it today. Well, again, the nation state is a few hundred years old, perhaps 100 years old, plus few years maybe, not too long. Before that, we had the city-states. Okay, so the idea of the genesis of the nation state is it's a social institution forced by a victorious group over a defeated group for domination and economic exploitation. That's the genesis of the nation state. He said that the state emerged not in any other way than through conquest and subjugation. Okay, Oppenheimer's text clearly states that the state formation was organized or determined by violence and conquest. That's what the nation state is. Okay. I'm going to stop here. Do you want to go to the next?
There's more slides.
Hmm?
There's more slides here.
Yeah, but that's an end, soft end. Okay. Can I have control over this? Okay, so let's continue with the idea, the theory of land ownership development. So in a proprietary corporative, it's a corporation that's running a proprietary via proprietary governance. It's a jurisdiction, it's a piece of land. The best way, think about Switzerland, right? The country of Switzerland has 16 cantons. Each one has a different constitution. 16 different constitutions. So when I say a gated community or a jurisdiction, I don't mean gated in the sense that there is an actual gate where you're gonna, there's a stop point and then you gate. No, it's a imaginary gate. It's not real gates, right? Because Switzerland is a country that has 16 cantons, and each one they have their own constitution. So when you're traveling, you can go one day travel around Switzerland. You're passing through 16 different jurisdictions with different constitutions, with different rules and regulations. Obviously, for convenience, prosperity, adjacent jurisdiction would have similar rules, right? So it's just a marketplace determines that, right? So it's a market emergent, right, cooperation that happens between the jurisdictions because people want to travel through jurisdictions, right? So, however, in a proprietary contractual society, the land is under a single title. So when you walk into a gated community, you don't get to buy the land because when you have ownership of the land, then you have your own freedom within the house. Then you can play loud music. There are externalities that you are not internalizing the cost of externalities, etc. So there emerges a lot of problems. So that wouldn't be an equilibrium. A market equilibrium would be like malls where you go and you become a tenant and you have a business and you follow the rules and the regulations. If they don't do a good job, you move on to another mall and you do another, open your business somewhere else. Same thing. You inhabit a piece of land, it's jurisdictional, it's for profit management, corporative management. You don't like the way that they're running the business, then you move on, right, to an alternate jurisdiction. Okay, that's the idea of that. There is not dispersed title to the land, but relatively there is one title to the jurisdiction, one owner. Doesn't mean one individual, could be a corporation, it could be a family, etc. So this equilibrium will organically emerge because it is better than fragmented ownership. Fragmented ownership would lead to disputes between neighbors. Okay, so there will be a single proprietor will most likely internalize the externalities, right? If there's not a single proprietor, there's multi-proprietors, then externalities are not internalized. The single proprietor, a corporative management, will be efficient in its management because they are under the threat of bankruptcy. Tenants will have the freedom to move away from that jurisdiction. Right? Some of you would say, well, it's not easy. You know, like you keep saying, if you don't like it, you move away to another jurisdiction. But as I mentioned earlier, what drives human beings to migrate from one location to another location? You are only motivated by opportunities, right? That's the most dominant feature is economic opportunities. Everything else is secondary. Okay, your survival is dominant. Okay, so now how many jurisdictions will there be? Some people will ask how many jurisdictions. The market will determine how many jurisdictions there should be. How many countries in the world are there, Patil?
Depends on who's asking. 195.
195. It's written, it's right there on the board. How many countries are there in the world? I'm asking, I'm saying how many countries are there in the world? 193 actually. Okay, and if you want to come Vatican and Gaza, and I think, and then there will be 195, right? So let's say 195 countries. In the United States, what's the population of the US? 350 million people. 350 million people living under one jurisdiction, one law. We have federal laws. 350 million people, not two individuals have the same fingerprint, not two individuals have the same pupil, right? Measurements. Yet 350 people live with 350 million preferences. Can you find two people on planet Earth whose preferences align 100%? No, not on everything. Same way, there are no human beings that have the same fingerprint in the world. Yet, you have, how many people do you have in the world? What's the world population? 8 billion. 8 billion people stuffed in 195 countries. Don't you think we should have more jurisdictions? Don't you want to have more choices? 8 billion people stuffed in territories of 195 only. In the United States, 350. In China, India, over a billion people stuffed under one jurisdiction, one management, one set of preferences. When you go to a restaurant, you get the menu. Do you want to see one item on the menu, or you want to see a lot of items on the menu? You want to have a choice. You want to see seafood, you want to see meat, you want to see vegetarian options, you want to see vegan options, you want to see pescatarian, etc., right? Based on your preferences. You know, Cheesecake Factory, it's a chain restaurant in the United States. You know how many items they have on their menu? Patil, do you know how many items? 200 to 250 items on their menu, Cheesecake Factory. It's just a restaurant. You go, you have more options than 8 billion people have on planet Earth, where type of preferences they have with respect to where they want to live. Cheesecake Factory, it's seasonal. They have seasonal menus. They're providing you 250 items on the menu just so you can pick your lunch. You don't think we human beings deserve more options? Only 195 options, over 8 billion people, only 195. So you might ask me, how many jurisdictions should there be? I don't know, the market decides. Theoretically speaking, there could be 8 billion jurisdictions. Each individual would live in complete autonomy but obviously it's not an equilibrium. It's not efficient. So at some point you do what? You give up some of your liberties, right? To join a bigger jurisdiction. Because the bigger the jurisdiction, the deeper the division of labor. And the deeper the division of labor, the more beneficial to you. The deeper the trade, the more the interdependence and interconnectedness and prosperity will emerge. Okay? So you are voluntarily deciding, giving up certain freedoms, liberties. You might give up other types of liberties and you join another jurisdiction. So in the marketplace, I would assume there will be the thousands of jurisdictions, if not hundreds of thousands, if not the millions of jurisdictions. If there are 8 billion jurisdictions, we should have at least a few 100 million jurisdictions. Again, when I say jurisdiction, I don't necessarily mean like an actual gated border, but preferences. And like-minded jurisdictions, like-minded people, and jurisdictions always are looking for customers. If their rules, regulations don't align with the general population, no one wants to inhabit that piece of jurisdiction, right? Motivated, so they want to provide services that would optimize, right? It's a corporative management of property. Okay, so like jurisdictions would congregate together in a way, would be close with one another, right? And then you get to travel from one jurisdiction to another. What is this picture, Patil? Cheesecake Factory. Okay, Cheesecake Factory. 250 items on the menu. This property has more options than planet Earth with respect to our preferences. Okay, so let there be as many jurisdictions as there are market preferences. Okay, and obviously people will give up some of their preferences. They want to congregate, they want to benefit. Land is considered a productive capital in this sense, right? It's a factor of production. It's a good, it's a pro. So there will be no flags in the future. There'll be no people, like-minded people can still congregate. If people, they want to live in a jurisdiction, they have a certain ideology, they can live in that jurisdiction. If Muslims want to live under Sharia law in a jurisdiction, that's fine. If the Mormons want to live in a jurisdiction, that's fine. If there is so people would have their preferences. But the most productive, the most efficient, the most prosperous, the stablest, the most progressive jurisdictions will be the ones that people are coming together because of what? Because of opportunities, because of economic opportunities. That would be the dominant, okay? And those jurisdictions will be the most prosperous. Not the jurisdiction that people come together for some beliefs or some ideologies or some ethnic background, right? People will come together wherever the opportunities are. So the landowners or the management, they want to make it favorable for their tenants. They want to create an attractive environment. They want to have competitive comforts, right? Competitive jurisprudence, competitive policing, competitive provision of roads and transportation systems, competitive public services, okay? In this sense, I want to call what separates the different jurisdictions are boundaries. Right? Boundary is different than a border. Border is like a political. You go to a border, there is a flag, there is a gate, right? I don't want a flag. We're not Boy Scouts, we're not. So your allegiance is to your family, right? That's the dominant. Your survival, your family's survival, prosperity would be the most dominant characteristics of this environment. So an anarchic society is a proprietary, contractual, polycentric society, is characterized by private property ownership as the foundation for an anarchic social order, jurisprudence that emerges competitively in the marketplace, security services and policing, etc., will be supplied competitively, and money as a medium of exchange is also competitively emergent in the marketplace. These are the characteristics of a proprietary contractual society. Now, all these institutions that we talked about in our previous pillars, right? Banking institutions, etc., all these institutions reinforce one another, right? And I'm going to show you the idea of reinforcement. They together create markets, the institutions, the anarchic order constituted of all these institutions, and these are provide self-enforcing mechanism for the establishment of what we call an anarchic social order. This is not utopia. This is a market emergent society. Now, obviously, some of you have questions, right? Jurisdictional jurisprudence. How does arbitration and mediation emerges within the jurisdiction? Okay. In a proprietary contractual society, what they call law, right? I'd rather say rules. When you come to my house, I don't say this is the law in my house. What do I say? I say the rules. I have rules in my house. There's no law. Law is something that penetrates someone else's private property. That's how I'm defining it, okay? So I'd rather say there are rules and regulations. You come to my house, I say these are the rules and regulations, okay? So these rules and regulations, when you want to come into my house, to my jurisdiction, are contractually embedded. They're embedded. These are the rules. You sign a contract, you follow the rules, okay? So this now, anytime there is a dispute, right? The adjudication mechanism is via competitive arbitration mechanisms that is pre-contractually agreed upon. So when you come into a jurisdiction, you contractually agree that there is any time a dispute between you and the management company, this is arbitration agency A. You agree that when you're on the freeways, there's other arbitration mediation agencies. It's a competitive, many companies. But the agreement is pre-contractual. It's a pre-contractual agreement, which assurance agency, which insurance agency, which security agency, which arbitration mediation services you pre-contractually agreed upon. Okay. Now, the agreement is not you. The private providers of roads and services, once you want to drive on the roads, you have to pay a fee, right? Well, they say anytime there is a dispute on this road owned by this particular entity, this is the arbitration agency that will adjudicate our disputes. Okay, so it's pre-contractually determined. Also, we're going to find out that pre-contractually determined is the enforcement and punishment mechanism. You violate something, you punch someone on a particular road, you had pre-contractually agreed that this arbitration agency would decide the penalties that will be imposed on you. Okay. Now you might say, what happens if you don't, abide by the terms of the agreement? What would happen in an anarchic society if a private arbitration agency adjudicates against you and in favor of the other person? What happens if you don't comply, you don't abide by the terms of by the decision makers of these arbitration companies? Well, there's many ways. Number one, you had pre-contractually agreed upon that you'll be kicked out of this particular jurisdiction. Maybe that's the punishment if you don't abide by the agreement. Maybe when you enter the jurisdiction, you have to set money aside in an escrow as a guarantee that there is a decision by our private arbitration company that you pre-contractually agreed upon. If you don't abide by the terms of the agreement, that escrow company will release the funds, right? So you have a skin in the game. You cannot just walk away, violate, and walk away and say, you know what, I'm going to go to another jurisdiction, right? So there are mechanisms for you. You have a skin in the game, and anytime you you violate the rules and the regulations set forth by this jurisdiction management, or set forth by owners of the roads within the jurisdiction, or the services, or the theaters, or the schools, or the hospitals, then, right, what kicks in is the mechanism of punishment. And we're going to talk about that, the mechanism of punishment, right? So it could be reputational. And I'll tell you what happens if you go to another jurisdiction. What would happen if you commit a crime in one jurisdiction and you go to another jurisdiction? First of all, can you go to another jurisdiction? You think another jurisdiction, you think someone that commits a crime, rapes someone across the street, would want to come live in my house? Do I admit him? No, the reason is that because within inhabitants of this jurisdiction, I had an agreement with them. When you come in, you say, you know what, don't bring in rapists and criminals. So the rapist criminal has no jurisdiction to go to. Okay, so there are mechanisms of punishment. You can just commit a crime in one jurisdiction, and the jurisdiction, there is inter-jurisdiction also mechanism of provision of order and stability, and I'm going to talk about that as well. So it's between jurisdiction and within jurisdiction. Okay, they overlap with one another. So the important point I'm trying to make in this slide is that rules are not binding by non-consenters. There is no rule that's binding on you if you don't consent to it. Today in a democracy, there are rules. I don't consent to it. It's binding on me, right? Today there are rules that I don't consent, it's binding on me. Wouldn't you want to live in a society where rules are not binding on you if you don't consent to it? Wouldn't that be fantastic? Nothing is binding to you, no rules, unless you consent to it. That's the environment I want to live, okay? And I believe that's the environment that you want to live. Jurisdictional jurisprudence, enforcement of contracts, right? So I said there's pre-contractual agreements upon ruling by the arbiter. Expulsion from the jurisdiction is one of the punishments. You'll be banished from other jurisdictions that are engaging in trade, exchanging goods and services. They have pre-contractual agreements that, not to kick out. It's like the states, right? They have agreements. If a fugitive goes to another state, he will be sent. Even countries around the world have like agreements. If somebody commits a crime in one country in the world, then, there's the Interpol like that. So similar mechanisms will arise because that's what jurisdictions want. Jurisdictions don't want to be in disputes with other jurisdictions, because the inhabitants would go to another jurisdictions when there is stability and prosperity. You don't want to be in a jurisprudence where the management, right, is at odds with management of other jurisdictions and there is conflicts. There's criminals who are running from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction. There is fights, okay? So they go bankrupt. So it's because they're motivated by profits, jurisdictions will have harmonious relationship with nearby jurisdictions, so that their inhabitants can travel from one jurisdiction, do trade and business and etc. Okay, so these are the mechanism of enforcement. So this is the interjurisdictional jurisprudence between jurisdictions, right? So what happens if you do a business with an individual from another jurisdiction? So there are two jurisdictions, and there is a dispute between two people from different jurisdictions. Well, you can, before you get into a business deal, an exchange, you would have a third-party jurisdiction. There'll be businesses that anytime there's a conflict between two individuals from different jurisdictions, that you're going to go into a third-party arbiter to determine who's faulty, who's not. And then that's binding, right? Jurisdiction would sign up to that third arbitration party, and penalties will be imposed on you. Okay, so we call it a third party. Jurisdiction who do not abide by the terms of decision making, its members will lose access to their jurisdictions. There'll be financial penalties, right? And if a jurisdiction itself doesn't abide by a third-party arbiter's decision, then the rating of the jurisdiction would go down. Imagine you want to go to a house, you want to go to a mall, and you want to be a tenant or a gated community, and then you realize that the jurisdiction is not abiding by pre-contractual agreements. Would you want to live in that jurisdiction, Obviously, no. If they're violating the terms of agreement with other jurisdictions, they might violate the terms of agreements with the inhabitants of that jurisdiction. Okay, so that's not an equilibrium outcome. Obviously, we talked about security. We need security. It's a good. We desire order within order. One feature was security that provides order to protect life and property. The best way this emergent security emerges via insurance companies. The same way you insure your car, you insure your personhood, right? And the insurance company, they want to provide protection to you because otherwise it will be too costly for them, right? If somebody attacks you, breaks your arm, that's too costly. It's more cost effective for them to negotiate what? Agreements with protection agencies. So you insure yourself, the insurance company will hire protection agencies to roam the streets or follow you, right? And provide protection. So protection will be competitive. There'll be a menu. You can have night protection, day protection. You can have protection in one part of the jurisdiction, not the other part. You can opt out of security, right? So you have a choice whether you want to get security services and how much of it, and you have a menu, like we talked about the menu at which restaurant? Cheesecake Factory, right? We want to have 200 to 250 items on the menu in the provision of security, okay? So both security firms and insurance company are disciplined by the market forces of competition. They are under the threat of bankruptcy. They have to provide the best security. The insurance company have to hire the best security agencies. Otherwise, they both go bankrupt, right? If they don't protect me, it would be too costly for them. Interjurisdictional security between two jurisdictions for peaceful cooperation between the jurisdictions, right? There emerges in the marketplace where the jurisdiction will have a preference for a harmonious cooperation. Right, when there's fugitives, we talked a lot, because they internalize everything. There's no externalization. Okay, they have a skin in the game to provide harmony to their inhabitants, to abide by the terms of their agreements. Their reputation is on the line. Their business is on the line. They can go bankrupt as a management entity, right? And that's the end of the second lecture. Ethan, you want to go to the third one? The third one is very short. I need 5-10 minutes and then we'll take a break, okay? Because we're almost an hour into it. And then hopefully Matthew will come in. Okay, so I need lecture number 3. Any questions? If you have questions, please, you can just type in your question or question.
So when you say that, is it the firm or the insurance company or the individual who's asking for what items on the menu of security in this jurisdiction over this part of the jurisdiction? Is that the pre-contractual agreement?
Yeah, so there's multiple agreements. There are some agreements that happens at the door before you walk into the jurisdiction. But once you're in the jurisdiction, if there is polycentric governance, that means polycentric provision of security, then it's a contractual agreement within the jurisdiction. Obviously, they're not overlapping. The jurisdiction has the ultimate say, they can kick you out. But once you're inside, then you have a contractual agreement with security agencies that I want to buy certain type of security.
Varieties of
Different drive, night security, day security. Obviously, if you're in the business of you're a jeweler and you carry a lot of diamonds and you have a business, you're more under the threat of being attacked or robbery taking place, you're wealthier, you can afford. So different people will buy different services. There'll be a menu of services like the Cheesecake Factory. Okay, there'll be different services, yes. Contractually agreed upon services, yeah.
So there'd be jurisdiction security, but the polycentric idea.
Not necessarily jurisdiction, say within the jurisdiction there could be security, yeah.
like cybersecurity.
The jurisdiction could hire a security within its jurisdiction to provide picking someone and kicking that person out of the jurisdiction because that person violated. It doesn't need to have a monopoly of the jurisdiction. Doesn't need to have also a police force. Doesn't need to. That would be a government. I'm saying polycentric is important. So within the jurisdiction, there are competitive provision of security, arbitration, mediation, money, etc. The jurisdiction is just the owner. I mean, you come in, you go to the mall, and then there are certain rules, right? Certain rules by the jurisdiction, preferences. The jurisdiction has agreements with the inhabitants that I'm not going to bring in murderers, that I will kick a murderer out. But there are many aspects of life that within the jurisdiction, there'll be provision of services that you contractually agree to. So it's an overlap of, different services that the jurisdiction might provide. But the most competitive, the most prosperous ones are the ones that within the jurisdiction, there is polycentric provision of these services. Within the jurisdiction, they'll be the most attractive. Yeah. Question?
So close to that, I was going to comment saying that so the jurisdictions don't even exactly have to be like an explicit contract, right? It can be implied, like there's like you enter a space, like there's a certain culture here.
Yeah. You would know. I mean, most likely it would be similar to the jurisdictions that you're living in. Like you would know if you're going to a Muslim country, for example, you would know there are certain things you cannot say, you cannot do. If you're going to North Korea, you already know what you can say, what you cannot say. If you're going, so you already have an idea. It's not like, but if there is something that's important that you want to do business, then you acquire about like what are the rules that would apply to you in that particular business transaction. But if you're just traveling from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction, more likely the jurisdictions will have like overlap, at least adjacent jurisdiction will have like overlapping rules and regulations. Okay. So people would know that in particular jurisdictions, you cannot carry guns. Right? I mean, already we know, like California, you can't carry a gun. Like under certain rules, you can. Maybe Texas, you can carry a gun. So we already know like the important stuff. More or less, the others are the same, right? I mean, they'll be overlapping to provide like harmony for the inhabitants of the various jurisdictions. So what we have established so far is that there are two types of governance. One of them is ruled by the absolute ruler, right? That's monarchy. And the other one is ruled by the collective, by the ballot box. I already said that both of them are as evil as one another. Democracy is one of the most evil forms of governance. Democracy, it wasn't an improvement over monarchy, over dictatorships, okay? Both are rooted in a foundational error that someone must involuntarily submit to the will of the many or the one, if it's the monarchy, right? That governance, we have a foundational error. So what I'm asking you is a paradigm shift. It's not let's do it this way. It's a third dimension. Okay? I'm saying governance, order, does not necessarily need to be centralized. A decentralized or a proprietary-based market environment could provide polycentric institutions that will provide order more effectively, more efficiently, that will create more harmonious and more prosperous and more peaceful society. Okay, that's the claim that I'm making. The tyranny of the majority is as dangerous as the tyranny of an absolute ruler. The idea of democracy is that it speaks in the name of the people. In the US, if you go to court, it says the people against John Doe. The people. What does it mean, the people? Right? It speaks in the name of the people. Democracy is something that binds us not by chains, but by votes. What is a vote? You know, every few years, every few months, you go to a booth and there is a curtain behind you. Why is there a curtain behind you? Because you're committing a crime. It's evil what you're doing. You close the curtain behind you and you vote. You're voting on affairs that you don't know anything about, or you're voting about situations that you don't have a skin in the game. With a click of button, you're causing the death and destruction of human beings, financial destruction. You're creating violence, you're creating aggression. The worst thing, that's why you do it behind closed doors, because it's evil what you're doing. You have a smirk on your face and you're voting for one ballot over the other one. Every vote is a violation. Okay? Abstain from voting, don't participate in the political process. And democracy is an environment where you don't see the enemy. That's the psychological, that might lead to suicide. There could be an interesting paper. If there is a tyrant who's saying, I can't smoke and drink in the same enterprise, in the same business in Los Angeles, if you're not grandfathered in, you cannot go to a cigar lounge, have a cigar, and drink whiskey. There is a location in Eagle Rock, I go smoke a cigar. Right next to it, adjacent next to it, there is a bar. I go to the cigar lounge, I took few puffs, I come out to the street, I enter the next shop, and I take a sip of my wine or my whiskey. And then I go back and forth, okay? So now, for me, I am angry. If it's a dictator, I say, you bad dictator. As long as I identify the enemy, that provides what to you? A relief. You know, that's the enemy. It's identified. In a democracy, I don't know who's my enemy is. Imagine the frustration I go through when I'm walking the streets and I see thousands of people, you know, walking in a cosmopolitan like city. And I'm like, who's my enemy? Who has violated my rights? Think about the psychological damage that accrues to you not knowing who the enemy is. I don't know which dumb human being voted that you cannot have cigar and whiskey in the same location. You can have it next to each other. Why not together? Yet someone has to explain to me, why can't you have a cigar and whiskey in the same business? They're next to each other. It's a true story. Eagle Rock, I go back and forth, okay? And I don't know who my enemy is. Who took that right away? Very basic human fundamental rights. Who took it away? I'm so lost. I look around. I don't know. Are you the enemy? I don't know who my enemy is. I would feel so much better if it's a dictator that said you can't smoke and drink on the same premises, in the same location. Okay? Uh, this idea, this democracy, this aggression, this coercion is everywhere, anytime, any place. And it's nowhere at the same time because you can't see it. It's an invisible enemy. That's what democracy is. Okay? Trust me, I prefer a dictatorship. I'd rather live like I mean, for those students who are from overseas, like I'm talking about the United States, different countries have different restrictions, but this is not a place where people want to live. I mean, the only thing that's keeping people in this country is what? Opportunities, economic opportunities. If they decline, I talk to millions and not millions, but I mean, hundreds of students, friends, etc. Everyone. The moment there is no economic opportunities, everyone is out of this country. Okay? I lived in many countries in the world. People think, oh, the US is the land of the freedom. It's not. It's one of the worst freedoms. It's just they provide to you the illusion that you have freedom. It's like, it's fake. It's artificial. Oh, you have the freedom. What freedom? Because we're going voting every 4 years. Who are we voting? What are our choices? The same thing. Democrat, Republican, there's the same people. Okay? Our rights are being taken step by step over time, as Mises warned us, right? Collectivism, socialism, eventually, step by step, right? Interventionism leads to what? To dictatorship. Okay, so it leads to more and more interventions, right? It's a chain, it's a butterfly effect. So what I'm asking for you is to have a paradigm shift. It's not right, it's not left, it's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's not this political, that political. It's the absence of politics. We need to extract politics out of governance. Okay. No human being should be forced to subjugate himself or herself to another entity or a group of other people. In the book, The Politics of Obedience, written which year, Patil? The Politics of Obedience, 1530, by Etienne de la Boétie. He concluded that tyranny is grounded of general popular indifference. We're in it. No one is asking it. No one is like complaining, oh, why can't I smoke flavored cigarettes? It's like first weeks, everybody complains, and then it becomes the norm. You just live in it. And no one is actually questioning, like, what's wrong? I want to smoke a flavored cigarette. No, they're not allowed, right? So we become indifferent. We start accepting and consenting to this aggression by a centralized authority or a democracy, the majority tyranny. Etienne de la Boétie, he urged us, he's saying the poor, the wretched, and the stupid people. He's calling us stupid people. He's saying, why don't you withdraw your consent? Withdrawing consent, that means do not participate in political affairs. Abstain from voting, okay? Tyranny was initially imposed, he said, by conquest, right? Initially, the tyrant, it's by conquest. And then democracy is another form, majority tyranny with some rulers on the head, right? Centralized authority. However, it persisted by what? Indoctrination. It persisted via customs, rule, and human indifference, laziness, and most importantly, via education. That's why in schools, in kindergartens, first grade, second grade in the United States, most of the classrooms, they have what? They have a picture of a president inside the classroom. What do you do in the mornings? Every morning, Pledge of Allegiance. The student in the United States, every morning, they raise their hand. Is this like this or what you do? You do it like this. And you pledge allegiance to the flag. How stupid flag? It's a piece of cotton, worthless piece of cotton. You're pledging allegiance to what? To the government, a murderous government, the mafia sitting in Washington, D.C., that have military bases all over the world, creating havoc, war, destruction in the world. All the governments, I'm not picking a particular government, but including our government, one of the worst war, death generating government. You're pledging allegiance to what? What flag? There is no unanimity with respect to our preferences. Two people standing next to each other pledging allegiance to the flag, but they're completely different. One person could be pro death penalty, the other one is pro-choice, pro, abortion, anti-abortion, pro like death penalty against. We're so much not alike. That's the nation state, and we're not assimilating, and we don't want to. We shouldn't assimilate. I have my own preferences. You have your own preferences. Assimilation is not successful. The world is in chaos. Okay? And all because Etienne de la Boétie is saying you're consenting, you're becoming lazy. He's calling us stupid people. Okay? And he's right. Okay? And we're allowing these people to plunder our wealth and our prosperity. And we're not doing anything about it. So first the funny thing, even in the United States, even private schools, they have the Pledge of Allegiance. I took my kids out of public schools. I put them in private schools because of Pledge of Allegiance. They know very well that their Pledge of Allegiance is to whom? Baba, only Baba. That's where their pledges allegiance. I put them in private school, and then one day after a year, I went to school to pick them up early, etc. I walk in and I see them again doing what? The Pledge of Allegiance in private school. So what do? I pull them out mid-year, and what did I do? I homeschooled my kids for about a year and a half. Okay? And then eventually, when they understood that their Pledge of Allegiance is to Baba only, not to some artificial state, then I sent them back to school. Yes.
They still pledge the allegiance to a change.
They pledge allegiance to Baba and Mama every day. Before every lecture, they had to pledge their allegiance. They promise when they graduate, they get good jobs over the wage, over the income of that particular city. They're going to donate 10% or 5% to me. 10%. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I did homeschool them. So what is needed, what I want you, the student, is to free your mind, okay? Don't think there is right and left, Democrats, Republican, this party is good, this party, any party is as evil, any type of governance is as evil as another. So what I'm proposing in this lecture is a proprietary, contractual, polycentric governance. I'm sure you have a lot of questions about like the nuclear weapons, about death penalty, about different jurisdictions waging war against one another. I mean, it's limitless. There's plenty of literature, right? This is not of my making. There's plenty of literature that covers every single doubt that you have. Okay. Why wouldn't the security services acquire nuclear weapons? Why would they? Why would the security of a mall would want to acquire weapons and attack the security of another mall? They only exist for protection, defense, not offense. They don't have offensive mechanisms. They don't have an incentive to attack. What do you mean attack? It's like a neighborhood attacking. It's like one city attacking. For what purposes? To take over what? Land has no value. Land in the production process, its value is going down over the years. You know what has value in the marketplace today? What is the most valuable thing in the production process? Not land, not labor.
Human ingenuity.
Human mind, human ingenuity. In the old days, I would take the land because it's an agrarian society. Land is the most important factor of production. Today, land is valueless. Today, the most important thing is human ingenuity. And if I conquer, then I cannot benefit from your ingenuity. Because when you're constrained, you cannot invent, innovate. The only possible way for me to benefit from you is to leave you free, to provide you an environment where you can invent and innovate. Human ingenuity is the most important factor of production today. The wars that we're having, countries waging, governments waging wars, it's worthless. There's no gain to it. It's a worthless. Land is worthless. What are you going to do with land? It has no value. Okay? The most land is plentiful. There's plenty of land. We're going to conquer the universe. I mean, you think 1,000 years, 5,000 years from today, we're still going to be on planet Earth? We're going to acquire resources from the universe as ours to conquer. Human ingenuity is limitless. There is scarcity. Time is a scarcity that will remain with us. There is the scarcity of knowledge. There is, so scarcity is a feature of human action. It's embedded in human action. As the only reason you're acting because there is scarcity. The moment comes that we don't act, there is no humanity. Scarcity is embedded in human action. There will always be scarcity, not scarcity of apples and oranges and land, but scarcity of knowledge. As Elena talked to us, right, in a previous pillar, scarcity of love and friendship and things like that, but knowledge of the infinity. Infinity doesn't exist in reality. Like, how can you have knowledge of infinity? How can you have knowledge of the beginning, right? So there's always scarcity. That's what makes us human, okay? But not the scarcities that people had 100, 200, 300 pre-industrial revolution, right? Future scarcities will be different than the scarcities that we talk about. And very fairly quickly, we're going to run out of all the scarcity. Human beings will never have to sweat for sustenance. In a very short period, I think within our lifetime or within our children's lifetime, human beings will never have to sweat for sustenance. They will be plentiful of apples and oranges and dentists, literally negligible prices. But we will always have to create value. Our interest will shift. Instead of like sustenance, it would shift into knowledge of the unknowns, of the galaxies, of the universe. There's always seeking of knowledge. There's always scarcity of knowledge. Okay. How do we transition? Some of you might be asking, how do we transition from, from this society into like a more contractual society? The most important foundations for the sustenance or survival of this political governance is their monopoly over the money, over the medium of exchange. If we take that power away, then what happens to the nation state? That power will lead, taking it away, money, there will be the demise of the nation state. It would collapse. It's not sustainable. Nation states are only sustainable because they have monopoly over the provision of the medium of exchange. If we separate money from government, forget about the nation state would fall. And there arises, right, proprietary, contractual, societies. Money is the power of the state. It infiltrates every transaction, every exchange. Economics is the science of exchange. Every exchange involves exchange of the medium of exchange. Whoever controls the medium of exchange controls society. Governments debase money. I was looking at debasement during the Roman Empire, during the Ottoman Empire, right? Over time, debasements over time. So the most important thing is that what we need is market money. We need money under the freedom principle. Okay, we need a medium of exchange. E.C. Riegel proposed long time ago the Walloon system as a blueprint for a non-political money system. Hayek has a book, Denationalizing Money, right? There's a lot of literature on how we can attain decentralized money. Money emerged, right, as a commodity money, right, emerged in the marketplace. Do you remember the villagers exchanging out of the desire for efficient and quick and exchange, right? Because of the double coincidence of wants, there emerged the most marketable commodity as a medium of exchange. So E.C. Riegel proposes a market exchange system where money is a promissory note. It's a piece of paper. It's a promise that I will take your apples. I give you a piece of paper. An assurance company validates that note, that I owe you note, that somehow in the future, I'm going to issue a good or a service of equivalent value to retire the money that I issued at the moment of exchange side. So it's an IOU mechanism. So this is one example. There are many, many other examples of how we can have money under the principle of exchange. It doesn't have to be one type of money. It could be many monies. Another example, I don't want to take too much time, is Bitcoin, for example. Right? Bitcoin is a decentralized monetary exchange system. There's no office there's no entity. You can call someone and say, oh, like, this is the Bitcoin office. There isn't. It's a decentralized, market emergent medium of exchange. All what Satoshi Nakamoto, the so-called inventor of this algorithm, he just printed an algorithm. It's the white page. It's not 9 pages. It's an algorithm. Doesn't matter, who cares who the originator is, So that's an algorithm that was utilized as a technology base for our medium of exchange. And it's decentralized. It's not in the hands. Bitcoin would have been the dominant medium of exchange in the world today if governments didn't ban it. It's forbidden to use Bitcoin in countries like India and China and many, many other countries. It's heavily regulated in Europe and the United States. Okay, because they know if they don't regulate it, they don't ban it, then it would be the dominant medium of exchange, and it will lead to the demise of their power and the nation state. So these are some market examples of how we can have money. And I think once you take that power away, that would be the beginning, the transition towards an anarchic order. One more thing, I get this question asked a lot. If anarchy is better, why don't we have it? Why didn't we have anarchy 100 years ago, 500? If this is better system, why didn't we have it? What would be your answer? If you're having a conversation, somebody says, well, why didn't you have it? Why don't we have, can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of anarchy? Can you give me an example? If anarchy is better, it's more prosperous, more efficient, more productive, why didn't it happen? Can you give me an example? Can anyone give me an example? Why didn't it happen? Why didn't you raise this question? Why didn't you ask me? If you don't know the answer, you should have asked me, give me an example.
It's deductive.
Okay, you're on the right track. Very good. That's one part of the answer. It's because it's deductive in the following sense. Number one, I don't need to give you an example. If I give you an example, it's retrogressive. If I look into the past, nothing new can be created. If I give you a historical example and it's not something, so always society would be retrogressive, always looking backward. At some point, there are people on planet Earth that do what? Look forward, and they use deductive. It's not a hypothesis. It's a deductive science. I am proposing something that doesn't exist. If every time someone is going to propose something and give a historical example, that means he's not proposing anything new. So it's always backward looking. Society will never advance. So the question, the premise of the question implies that you are a retrogressive, you have a retrogressive mindset. So thank you for not asking that question. And my question was rhetorical. I wasn't expecting an answer from you. Or the right answer, which was, so the science of, so our science is deductive. I don't need to provide to you a historical example. Now, the Greeks didn't provide a historical example when they start talking about democracy, right? The idea of democracy, right? Started in Greece, we talked earlier. So it didn't pre-exist, but it's something that took hold after 2,000 years. So we're talking ideas that will come through in 100 years or 1,000 years, but all I know is that's the equilibrium we're heading towards, a decentralized, polycentric order, right? That's one reason. Don't ask me why it doesn't exist. It will exist in the future. Another reason why it didn't exist, there are many reasons, because the division of labor was not as deep. So agrarian, so the most value is land. So aggression was the norm, right? Because you want to aggress, because land is the most valuable input in the production process. So maybe nation states emerge because they organize offensive power more than a decentralized offensive power. Decentralized or polycentric society would have very strong defensive power, right? It's not for conquest. But after the Industrial Revolution, what's the most important factor of production? Human ingenuity, the human mind. So now conquest is not beneficial, because when you conquer, you take over people, you slave people, there are no benefits. Literally, if you come to me, you say, I want to be your slave, I would say no. Not because of moral reasons, because there are no gains. What do I gain from a slave? Well, the slave is still organic. I have to provide the slave calories, right? I'd rather bring a robot that would do the same mechanical job. My only benefit from you is what? That one of you will invent, innovate, human ingenuity. That's the most important factor of production. So that could be one of the reasons that we didn't have an decentralized order. Even though we did, by the way, I just don't want to give it like we did, there are many societies that experienced for a few hundred years, different places. In the 9th to 11th century, I think it was like the Nordic countries, the Vikings and things like that. They had like a decentralized, polycentric power, But so that could be one reason. There are many reasons, but something that didn't exist in the past doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist. Okay, these are new forms of governance. And I think I'm going to stop here. I think, I don't know, any questions from our students online?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So when you did ask the rhetorical question of our example of anarchy, I would like to say that civilization is young and still evolving, and we have not yet achieved freedom.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very young. The division of labor happened 200 years ago, few hundred years ago, but we can trace our ancestry biologically 200,000 years. We speciated, cognitively 50,000. Yeah, it's very young. We're at the beginning. Okay. So, yeah, it's very young. It will get there. Okay, if there are no questions, then let's take a break. And then after the break, uh, what time is it? Oh, wow, I went like an hour and a half. Okay, let's take a break till 2. Okay. And then 2, we have John Hasness. You will introduce him, and then you will have a lecture. Okay. So let's take half an hour break. Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Hey, Professor Hassness, how are you doing?
Hi. Hi. Do you need to tell me anything about the setup and how this works?
Yes. So this is just on Zoom, and we have students from all over the world joining us in our Menger Academy. And so we're on our seventh of 8 pillars. And I believe if you have a PowerPoint, you can go to share screen
Yeah,
in the Zoom. Yeah, under share.
yeah, I know how to share the screen.
In the Zoom, at the
Yeah,
bottom of the Zoom where it
no,
says
no,
like
I know how to share
participants.
screen. I know how to share screen.
Oh, okay. You're asking about the program?
Yeah, I have an hour. Is that the time period?
Yes.
All right, then I'm
So
just introducing, I'm making it. How much time do you want for questions, or is that set?
I think 10 to 15, but feel free to up to your preference.
Okay,
And I'll give you a quick introduction, if you will.
that's fine. When it's time for questions, do you want to moderate it, or do I just look at who's got hands up?
Maybe look for who has hands and we'll let you know. People will type it in the chat as well, and they'll probably turn their mics on.
Yeah, I
Either.
will probably be unable to both look at the screen and the chat. So if you want to look at the
Okay.
chat and,
Okay, we'll let you know. We'll read questions too.
all right, then
So,
you can just tell me when
yeah.
you want me to start.
Okay, so our next speaker is a professor of law at Georgetown Law Center. He is the executive director of Georgetown Institute for the Study of Markets and Ethics, and he is a professor of ethics at Georgetown University's McDonough School of Business. He's the author of several books, including Common Law Liberalism, Business Ethics for Better Behavior, Trapped, and Questioning the Assumptions of Political Discourse. Please welcome Professor John Hassness. And John, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation to give this talk, and thank you for the introduction. I will give a talk and try to leave some time for questions. It's associated with the PowerPoint, so I'm going to share my screen so that you all can see the PowerPoint as we go along. Okay, let me just find my way to the right place. Okay, now am I correct that you're seeing a PowerPoint with a blue screen that says non-political market regulation? Yes, okay, then I'm ready to go. The screen gives the thesis of the talk. I want to suggest that the market can be regulated without political control, without government regulation. And I'm going to suggest that the conventional way of doing public policy analysis is flawed, and I want to suggest a different approach. So let me start by describing what I think is the conventional way in which public policy analysis is usually done. And this should not be unfamiliar to any of you. I'm sure that many of you have heard this before. It's usually called the market failure argument. The market failure argument typically runs something like this. The market is the realm of unregulated voluntary transactions, and markets are a good thing because it makes us all wealthier. And the reason is when we make a trade, if I trade for something that you have, it's because I value what you have more than what I give up. And that's the same on the other side. So after a trade, both of us have something that we value more than what we had before, and we're both better off. And that means society is more wealthy. So that's why markets are good. That's why markets generate prosperity. But the story goes, there are some cases in which that's not true. So those cases are ones in which the traders both benefit, but their activity imposes costs on other parties. I'm sorry, their trade imposes costs on other parties who they're not considering. And that's usually called the social cost of private transaction. It can be referred to in economic terms as negative externalities. So private transactions sometimes have negative externalities, and that's a cost that the traders don't consider. So they'll go ahead with the trade even though it could be damaging. And sometimes the social costs of market activity could be so great that the costs are actually higher than the gain that the parties get from the transaction. And then the transactions make society less wealthy, less better off. And so the problem of negative externalities has to be cured. And the cure for that is government regulation. So we need the government to internalize the costs, to impose the costs back on the party so they take them into account. And then the only transactions that take place are those that are beneficial. That's the usual argument for the need for government regulation. I think this is very common. In fact, I think it's so common that I'll illustrate it with a couple of quotes I ran into when I was preparing the talk. I was reading a book. Here's a pretty good example. I hope I'll be able to read it because of my screen being blocked. But this was in the early part of the book I was reading. Humans need government. Hang on 1 second, I'll make it so I can read this. Okay. Humans need government. Without some central authority, we would be unable to keep the peace between rival bands of warriors and to provide basic public goods. Even the most ingenious human would fail to thrive if she had to live in fear of being murdered by her neighbors or lacked access to schools, hospitals, and basic medical care. Perhaps a more relevant example was this. This was in the Wall Street Journal during COVID. It was by Alan Blinder, a very high-level economist, who wrote, "One of the most important ideas we teach every economic student is that unfettered markets systematically get it wrong in the presence of externalities. Cases in which the decisions of some people or businesses have important effects on third parties who have no say in the decision. Negative externalities are often more spectacular and more worrisome. The classic example is pollution. If firms aren't charged for the pollutants they spew into the atmosphere, they will emit too many. For over a century, economists have advocated a straightforward fix for this market failure: tax polluters for the damages they inflict on others. But where this is impractical, the best compromise may be an enforced mandate." Okay, I can see you all again. So these, I think, are examples of the conventional approach to public policy analysis. Having said that, having described that, I would normally ask you a question if we were all together, but now I'll just make it a rhetorical question. Some of you may be familiar with what's usually referred to as the invisible gorilla experiment. Some of you won't be, and I'll describe it to you. This is a psychology experiment that was performed a while back, and it ran like this. People were instructed to watch the actions of two different teams. There were two teams of three people who three of them wore white shirts, three of them wore black shirts, and they were passing a basketball back and forth to each other while they moved around and wove through each other's passing. And the subjects were told to count the number of passes that were made by either the white team or the black team. And while this was going on, a woman in a gorilla suit came walking into the frame, stopped, looked at the camera for a moment, and then walked out. And I do have a picture from the invisible gorilla experiment that I'll put up. This is the invisible gorilla experiment. The subjects were counting the basketball passes. When it was over, the people who were counting the passes were asked about the gorilla. 50% of them didn't see the gorilla. 50% of them didn't believe that there had been a gorilla walking through the frame until they were shown a videotape of the exercise. And this experiment is designed to illustrate what's called inattentional blindness. And what that's about is when human beings are focused very intensely on a particular task, they will often not see things all around them that are very obvious. So if you're focused enough on counting the basketball passes of the white or black team, you just don't see the gorilla. This seems like a somewhat facile experiment, but actually it's quite important. An real-world example of where this came up was at one point, the airline industry had developed a way of projecting information onto the windscreen of an airplane. Some of you may have new cars where they actually do this in some new cars. But at the time, they had the ability to project information onto the windscreen of airplanes, and that was supposed to be beneficial because the pilots would have all the information they need right in front of them, and they wouldn't have to look around. And when they were testing this in simulators, they found that when the pilots were simulating a landing, often they would go ahead and land even though the runway ahead of them was blocked. They had become so focused on what was on the screen, they didn't actually see what was in front of their vision because of this concept of inattentional blindness. So the reason why I bring this up is because I'm going to argue that the argument I gave before, the conventional market failure argument for government regulation, is an example of inattentional blindness. What I mean, and I'll try to illustrate what I mean by this. I've got up now something that I call the relationship between the law and the market. And I'm calling it the academic conception because it reflects the way PhDs, academics, professors, and economists tend to talk about the market. They view the market as the realm of unregulated voluntary transactions, and then they see law as the regulation of voluntary transactions for the public good. And this is the model that underpins the market failure argument. The market is the realm of unregulated voluntary transactions. People do all these things. Often they're very beneficial. Sometimes there are spillover effects and they're damaging to society. They don't increase wealth. When you have those cases, then the law steps in and it regulates voluntary transactions for the public good by internalizing the externalities or preventing people from engaging in these socially damaging behaviors. I'm going to say that this is an example of inattentional blindness, and I'll try to explain why. I'm also going to suggest that this representation that I have up now is an inaccurate representation of both the market and the law. So I'm going to start by talking about the law. Let's see if I can make it so I can see more of you. Hang on. All right. I'm going to talk about the law first. In our legal system, there are actually two forms of law that are important. The first form of law is legislation. Legislation is the law that's passed by political representatives. In the United States, if the law is made by state legislatures or the federal government, that's legislation. There's another form of law in our system, however, and in the British Commonwealth family of countries, that's common law. Most of the law that undergirds our commercial society is common law. I'll explain that. We have contract law, we have property law, we have commercial law. I'm going to talk about tort law. Tort law is the law that governs personal injuries. That's personal injury law. All of these bodies of law arose from cases and was never legislated. No politicians made this law. The common law arises from settling disputes over time where results are copied. I'll be careful because in contemporary times, common law is sometimes referred to as judge-made law, which is inaccurate. It is law that comes out of cases, but the judges don't make it. The settlement of the disputes over time gives rise to a rule, which judges then will announce in court. It can change. Judges can make small changes in the direction of the law through cases, but it's not consciously created law. So most of the law of our system wasn't legislated. I'm going to talk most specifically about tort law. Tort law is personal injury law. And to put it in context, if one party acts in a way that imposes unconsented to harm on a third party, the injured party may bring a tort suit to recover damages or to obtain an injunction or both. If I do something that imposes a harm on you, which you haven't consented to, you can sue me either for damages or sometimes you can sue me to prevent me from doing things like that in the future. Again, the rules of tort, that's common law, they were never legislated. They evolved from the needs of ordinary people to live together in society. I teach torts at Georgetown. It's a long course. For purposes of this talk, I'll just illustrate it quickly with two of the most basic torts. Those are assault and battery. These are ancient torts. In my case book, I think the first case we cover is battery. That's from the 14th century. Assault is from the 17th century. And it turns out that a battery in old-fashioned language is an insolent, angry, or rude touching. And in modern language, it's if you intentionally make a harmful or offensive contact with someone else. And an assault is when you make someone apprehend or fear that they're about to be battered, they're about to receive a harmful or offensive contact. And the question is, why are these torts defined the way they're defined? And when I give this to my students, they come up with all kinds of theories. Oh, it's to protect your physical integrity. But if that were the case, then why would an offensive touching be a battery? Because if I punch someone, that's a battery. I've intentionally made a harmful contact. But if I merely flick their lapel while I use an insulting racial slur against the person, that's also a battery. I haven't damaged them physically, but that's a battery. By the same token, if I swing my fist at someone and miss, that's an assault. If I throw something at someone and miss, that's an assault. But if somebody's facing the other way and I throw something at them and miss, and the person never knows that I did that, there's no tort. It's not an assault. Because assault is when you cause someone to apprehend they're about to be battered. So why would the torts have evolved in this way? If you're going on moral blameworthiness, somebody who throws something at someone from behind is just as morally blameworthy as somebody who does it from the front. That can't be the explanation. Usually my students struggle with this a little bit, but it makes sense when you look at it from an historical perspective and when you think about the way common law works. If you go back to the early days, like the 14th, 15th, 16th century, before there were police, before there was much government, the most urgent need that people had was physical security. So when conflicts would come up and they had to be settled either by a group of people or a jury, the people would tend to make decisions that would discourage actions that would provoke violence. So if I swing at someone and try to hit them, that'll provoke a violent response. So that would be a battery. By the same token, if I snap my fingers at them or just flick them with my hand and call them, a racist name or make a derogatory comment about their mother or their family, that's likely to produce a violent response as well. Offensive contacts, as much as harmful contacts, provoke a violent response. And so that's what needs discouragement. With regard to assault, if I swing at somebody and miss, that will provoke a violent response. Somebody's going to fight back whether I connect or not. But if I swing at somebody from behind and they're completely unaware of it, there's not only no violent response, there's no response at all. So the torts evolve in a way that helps people settle disputes or gives them rules that discourage violence and provokes cooperative behavior. Common law is like that, and the rules governing negligence, trespass, nuisance, misrepresentation, they've all evolved in this way. So rules that tell us how careful we have to be to not harm others or how much care we have to use when we interact with others are all part of common law. Right? That's common law. The other part of our law is legislation. Legislation is the rules that are created by the political representatives of the jurisdiction, whether it's state, whether it's federal. It's consciously made law. And the theory behind this is that the politicians represent the will of the public, and they can make law that is designed to advance the public good. So that's the theory. You may want to question the democratic theory behind this. Do we think that politicians actually try to figure out what the majority of their constituents want and then go about enacting it? And are they actually focusing on the public good? Public choice economics, which is not something that I specialize in, suggests that there are many influences that will cause legislation to depart from what is the actual public good and promote parochial or specific special interests. I can't give you a lecture in public choice. I can't give you a lot of examples of that. Even though I have it, I recommend you look at some public choice economics. But I'm going to illustrate why you should have some skepticism about legislation with a story. And the story is about George Mitchell. In the 1990s, George Mitchell was the most respected politician in the United States. He was the Senate Majority Leader when the Democrats controlled the Senate. He had a reputation for integrity that was as high as it could be. One reason why he was successful is that everyone respected him. He retired in 1992, and he retired with such a high level of high reputation for integrity that what he did next was go to the United Kingdom and help negotiate peace in Northern Ireland and help settle the kind of troubles that were going on there because he had that reputation. So why am I telling this story? When he retired from the Senate, he did an exit interview. And the reporter doing this interview at one point said to him, "Your job is so annoying and difficult. How do you deal with all of these personalities? How do you get the politicians to act together?" And Mitchell answers, he's saying, well, it's, the reporter says, "What makes it worth it?" And Mitchell recognizes it's difficult. It's like herding cats. And he tells the story to explain why he thought it was worth it. And the story goes like this. He's the senator from Maine. In the United States, Maine is a state that has a lot of paper mills because one of the main industries there is manufacturing paper. During the Clinton administration, Clinton was going to issue an executive order that required all offices of the federal government to use recycled paper. The idea behind this was that would be good for the environment. It would be good for the entire country. This would be for the public good. Mitchell explains that because of his position of authority and power, because of his control, he was able to get that executive order canceled because his state manufactures new paper. And he's telling the story. What makes it worth it? He says, I was speaking in Maine and a man came running up to me. And at first my bodyguards were worried maybe he was attacking me, but no, he came up to me, he had tears in his eyes. He wanted to thank me for saving his job and for making it so that he could support his family. And Mitchell says, and that's what makes the job worth it. So here's the politician with the highest reputation for integrity of anyone. And he's telling us outright that what makes political power worthwhile is that you can thwart the public good to protect your own parochial interest. He could protect the people in Maine, even though doing so required him to cancel something that was going to be good for the environment of the entire country. But that's my story, just to suggest that legislation shouldn't be understood necessarily as regulation for the public good. It's probably regulation that advances whatever the politically dominant interest. Okay, one more thing before I get back to it. I said that the market is mischaracterized also. The market is not the realm of unregulated voluntary transactions because there's no such thing as the realm of unregulated voluntary transactions. Human activity is always subject to some form of regulation. The most powerful form of regulation is our ethical beliefs. It could be our religious beliefs, it could simply be our ethical beliefs, but our ethical beliefs restrain the way we interact with each other greatly. Another thing that restrains our interactions is customary practice. My father was a small businessman. You couldn't do business unless you abided by certain customs. If you went against the rules, nobody would deal with you. So customary practices tend to restrain our behavior as well. The other thing that restrains our behavior in our system is civil liability. It's common law. The threat of lawsuit restrains how we act. And the last thing that can restrain our actions is legislation. So if human activity is always subject to some form of restraint, what can it mean when we talk about the market? And I'm going to suggest the only thing it can mean is that the market is the realm of human interaction that's free from political restraint, that's not subject to government regulation. I think that's where the idea of laissez-faire came from. Laissez-faire tells the government to leave things alone, to keep your hands off. If laissez-faire represents the market, then that's the way people interact when there's not coercive interference from the centralized government. But that means that the market should be understood as the realm of human interaction that's regulated by ethics, custom, and by civil liability, because civil liability is not political. Having told this story, I'm going to suggest that this is the way we should actually understand the relationship between law and the market. The market is the realm of voluntary transactions that are regulated by custom, ethics, and civil liability. The law is legislation and common law civil liability because they're both law. Legislation is the regulation of voluntary transactions to serve the politically dominant interest, not necessarily the public good. And common law gives us civil liability. You can see in this picture, there's an overlap. The overlap is the common law, that's civil liability, which is law, and it's also built into the market. When you do something that harms somebody else, you can be sued and you have to pay compensation. The common law or civil liability is the market's internal regulatory mechanism. And reason why I started by talking about the invisible gorilla experiment is because my thesis is that tort law, civil liability, is the invisible gorilla of public policy analysis. When people make the market failure argument, it's as though they can't see civil liability. It's right in front of them. Everybody is upset. Most politically astute people know about civil liability because they're constantly advocating for tort reform. There are lobbyists down here in Washington and in state capitals every day saying we need relief from tort lawsuits. Civil liability is stopping us from doing things. So everybody's aware that civil liability exists. They just can't see it when they do public policy analysis. It's the invisible gorilla. Civil liability is non-political regulation of the market. It regulates our behavior. We can't do things that will just harm others because we'll be sued. The market failure argument about pollution. If I make a plant that, to go back to the Industrial Revolution, if I make a factory that's going to make cheap linen, people want it, so they pay me for the linen, they're better off. I get the money, I'm better off. But it's a coal burning factory, and that burns coal and the soot goes up the smokestack and lands on other people's property, and they're damaged. That's a spillover effect. That's a social cost. That's a negative externality. What happens? Well, in our system, what happens is the people whose interests have been damaged sue the factory, and they can get damages, and if damages are enough, the factory has to figure out how not to pollute anymore. Or if it's an ongoing injury that can't be easily rectified, you can sue and get an injunction which tells the factory don't do that anymore. That's regulation. It comes from civil liability. It's got nothing to do with politicians. Having said this, I'm going to suggest that we now reconsider the market failure argument that I began with. The market failure argument now doesn't make sense. It says when people interact on a market, they have negative spillover effects and negative externalities, and therefore we need government regulation to step in. No, the invisible gorilla is civil liability. Civil liability regulates the market. It internalizes negative externalities. So the crude version of the market failure argument is unsound, but it could be revised. You can revise the market failure argument. And I'm going to have to change things so I can read my own screen. Give me a second. If there are negative externalities or social costs that are not effectively internalized by ethics, custom, and common law civil liability, then maybe political regulation to internalize them is justified. So you can make the argument make sense by making the invisible gorilla of civil liabilities visible and say, when we understand the market correctly, it's human interaction regulated by ethics, custom, and civil liability, but maybe there are cases where those regulatory mechanisms don't work effectively enough, and there are still these spillover effects which damage others. Now you can make an argument that political regulation is justified. But if you make the argument this way, I want you to notice it requires a comparative assessment of the effectiveness of civil liability and political regulation. To know what you need, you have to find out whether civil liability is effective enough, where it isn't, whether political regulation will be effective or not. You have to actually make a comparative assessment. And that means we have to ask, how effective is civil liability as a regulatory mechanism? Okay, my next slide may only be familiar to people who function in the United States, but the question I'm asking is, how effective is civil liability as a regulatory mechanism? This may make sense to some people in the United States. I'm just renting this billboard so an injury lawyer can't. What this is referring to is that personal injury lawyers, tort lawyers, when you drive along the highways, there are billboards everywhere advertising, if you've been injured, call me up. If you, TV at night, if you have suffered from mesothelioma, call us, you have a lawyer. Plaintiffs' lawyers are everywhere trying to bring lawsuits again for people who've been damaged by others who haven't acted safely. Civil liability is so effective as a regulatory mechanism that most people think it's too effective. In the year 2000, Ed Rendell was the chair of the Democratic National Committee, and he actually made the mistake of telling the truth in public when he was trying to solicit Democratic donations from a plaintiffs' lawyers group. And he publicly went out and said that 80 to 90% of the safety advances that we've had come from litigation. That's you guys. He's recognizing that most of the safety features that regulate the market didn't come from politicians, but came from plaintiffs' lawyers. Again, this is a Zoom, so I can't see your faces, and there's not much interaction. But in the United States, people are usually only familiar with one tort lawsuit. The famous one is the case of the McDonald's coffee cup that an old woman spilled on her lap and then sued for. I'm not sure it's worthwhile for me to recount that, but the way it's depicted is a little old lady bought coffee in a drive-up window. She was in her car. She tried to open the coffee holding the cup between her legs. It spilled all over her, and then she sued McDonald's and she collected millions of dollars. And this is the poster child for why tort law is terrible. It's too regulative. People can collect all these $1 million for silly reasons. That's actually a complete misrepresentation. And when you hear the story correctly, you realize what a wonderful case that was. The actual facts are these, that at the time, McDonald's served coffee at between 180 and 190 degrees Fahrenheit by corporate specification, which of course is too hot for anybody to drink. In the actual case, the woman's grandson was driving up, they ordered coffee, and he handed it to her. And while they were parked, she tried to open it, and then it spilled on her. She sued only for the cost of her medical treatment, which was $800. McDonald refused to settle, and at trial, the woman, whose name was Stella Lieback's lawyer, brought in evidence that showed that McDonald's had been sued 700 times previously for serious burns from spilled coffee. And it's not always people spilling it on themselves. Sometimes employees spill it. And at 180 degrees Fahrenheit, hot coffee can cause third-degree burns on human skin in between, I think it's 7 and 12 seconds, which makes it very hard to get off. If the coffee was served at 170 degrees, it would take 20 to 30 seconds to cause that level of burns. But the company was knowingly serving a dangerous product at a high temperature. Why? There's an explanation for it. Maybe some of you can perceive it. People buy coffee at drive-in windows, and if it's very, very hot, it will stay hot longer, and most people don't drink it in the car, so it'll be hot when you get to wherever they get to. That was the value. But it was an unreasonably dangerous product. The lawyer, after exposing the jury to this, asked the jury to give Ms. Lieback as punitive damages, because they knew that they were serving that dangerous product, the amount of profits McDonald's made in 2 days. And the jury did that and awarded $3.9 million, which was knocked down, and she ended up collecting $279 million. What's the moral of the story? I remember that case because the next day when I was driving into Georgetown, I had the radio on, and interviews were being conducted with managers of fast food restaurants. And all of them were saying the same thing. Oh yeah, I know about the case. We're serving coffee at 165 degrees. All over the country, people are making the coffee more temperate in order to avoid burn injuries. If you want safety regulation, I can't imagine a more powerful example. One person sues, and she actually didn't collect all of it because she was partially negligent. And the next day, behavior changes all over the country. By the way, for those of you who do drink coffee, if you stop at Starbucks or something like that now and you buy coffee, you'll notice, you probably already know this, it has a plastic sculpted lid with a little slot, and you can sip the coffee through the slot. You don't have to take the lid off anymore. And most of you will notice it has a cardboard circle around it, which makes it so you don't burn your fingers. Those developments are a direct outgrowth of this one case. The companies had to find a way of serving a hot product in a safer manner. So this story is designed to suggest that civil liability is an incredibly powerful regulatory mechanism. Imagine if we had waited for political regulation of coffee for safety. First of all, there was none. But even if it became an issue, there would have been lobbying back and forth. The company doesn't like it. It would take years to get through. And when it finally got through, there probably would be some kind of compromise. That's not an effective type of regulation. Let me just check and see if I have another slide here or not. Yeah, okay, so for those of you that want, I won't belabor this. Here's what would be required to enact safety rules through the legislative process. I don't want to take up all the time, so I'll let you notice there are many steps. And even after you get the rules passed, you have to monitor the environment, you have to change conditions. That's the process for getting political legislative regulation. Here's the process for having common law regulation. The rule is exercise the degree of care that a reasonable person would use to avoid causing harm to others. That's the standard for lawsuits. That's the standard for a negligence lawsuit. That's the rule of law that governs civil liability. All right, I do want to leave time for questions. The case I'm making is, if you want to do good public policy analysis, what you're required to do is a comparative assessment of how much regulation you get from tort law, and it's reasonable to say there's too much. You can say we need tort reform because there's too much regulation, but it's not reasonable to say that there's none. And then you have to compare that to the kind of regulation that you would get from political legislative measures. And you should only be advocating for political regulation if that's going to be more effective. Now, let me see if I should, yeah. Because of the time, I should stop and entertain questions, although I had another story which I'll just skip. Let me stop there and let you all get in. I'm going to stop sharing my screen just so that I can see you. I'll come back to it if I need to. Okay, I can see you. If you have some questions, please feel free to open up. Oh, it even looks like you're clapping. That's nice. But let me try to answer your questions.
I have a question.
Yep.
Is it this way?
Okay, I hear somebody talking, but not loudly enough. You'll have to get
Hi.
closer.
Do you
Go ahead. Yes,
do you hear me? Hi.
yes, I can now.
My question, thank you for the lecture. My question is, have you noticed political regulation ever being more efficient than like the emergence of self-regulation in the marketplace, like in the common law?
Are you asking me whether I've seen it? I'm well aware of the argument that legislation is much more efficient than the common law. That argument is made all the time. It's made by academics. It's a theoretical argument. You'll hear it wherever you go. I'm sure you've heard it all the time. Look around the real world for it and see if you can find any. All right, so just some examples. When did we get the Patriot Act, which is federal legislation? We got that after 9/11. When did we get the Dodd-Frank Act? We got that after the mortgage crisis in 2008. Legislation is almost always retroactive because politicians can't see the future. Legislation could be much more efficient if only it was done by either an omniscient being or some supercomputer that could take all of human knowledge and all of human action into account at the same time. But that's not what legislation is. Is real world legislation ever actually efficient? On the other hand, I believe there's one school of thought that explains that civil liability is economically efficient. Tort law is understood in the following way. The purpose of tort law is to give us the least expensive set of rules to govern our behavior so we get the most economically efficient safety rules. One illustration would be this. Manufacturers manufacture hand saws that you can hold in one hand. The danger of the hand saw is that people could cut their fingers. People can cut themselves, and that's a real danger. How would we want to prevent those kind of injuries? Okay. How expensive would it be for us, the users, to prevent ourselves from cutting ourselves by a little slip? We'd have to wear iron gloves. I mean, it would be massively expensive and cumbersome. How expensive is it for manufacturers to prevent injury to people in the way they make the handsaw, which is by just making it so if your hand slips, the saw stops. There's a kill switch built in. Preventing cutting injuries, the least cost avoider, the party that can prevent injury at the lowest cost, is the manufacturer. So if the manufacturer doesn't do that, that's negligence and you can sue and get damages. So the incentive is for the manufacturer to take precautions. On the other hand, another injury that can come when you cut wood with saw is splinters can fly and hit you in the eyes. All right. What could the manufacturer do to prevent those kind of injuries? It could sell saws with a giant screen behind which you have to stand, which would make it almost unable, you wouldn't be able to use it effectively. It would be cumbersome and really expensive. But how could we protect ourselves against injury to our eyes? You buy a $3 pair of goggles that you put on when you're using saws. In that case, we, the user, are the least cost avoider, and we would want their safety rules to say we should take precautions. And of course, that's the way tort law comes out. If I don't take a simple precaution, then I can't sue and collect from a manufacturer because I'm contributory negligent. Common law, as it evolves through time, tends to be economically efficient. Do you trust the way politicians make laws in the same way? Even if you've got regulatory agencies. In fact, I used to have to make arguments, but in the current environment where we observe the Trump administration, do I really have to make an argument that the regulatory agencies are not looking at economic efficiency or doing any kind of study, and that people are being driven by political considerations? So yeah, long answer, I hear the argument all the time. In the abstract, it makes perfect sense. In the real world, I think you don't get economic efficiency through political mechanisms. You do get it to a certain extent through the common law. Other questions?
Oh, thank you so much.
I have a question. You mentioned earlier that government intervention is justified in order to internalize externalities. Is there a possibility that is there a market mechanism that will internalize externalities without government intervention?
Yeah, yes, that was the point of my lecture. That's what civil liability is. Civil liability is the mechanism that internalizes negative externalities without government intervention. It's built into the market. Civil liability is part of the market. It evolved over time. Markets evolve by people engaging in trial and error learning. I think hundreds of people could have tried to deliver pizza. Whoever made Domino's figured out how to do it right. Everybody copied via pizza delivery. Markets is a mechanism which people learn through trial and error, and successful results are copied. Civil liability is exactly the same. I wish I could take you into a first-year law course where you study how a state had a rule. It was terrible. They kept on trying other things, and finally, one lawyer sued, and there was a result where the rule worked better, and that replaced it. And when that happened, at least in the United States, other states that were in different locations saw what was going on and learned what worked. So we learned what the rules were through trial and error as well, because human beings aren't smart enough to know ahead of time. So civil liability is built into the market. It's the same as, works the same way as a market, and that's the mechanism that internalizes negative externalities. Is it perfect? No. Could it be too regulative? Maybe. Are there cases you can come up with where it doesn't work? Yes, but if that's the case, then you can make an argument that we need political regulation. You shouldn't just make the argument, though. You shouldn't assume. Here's another problem with conventional analysis. People look at it and they identify a case in which the market doesn't internalize externalities. There's a market failure. And then they conclude, okay, get the government involved. That's not right. If it's theoretically possible for the government to correct the market failure, that's one thing. What you have to do is a comparative assessment and determine whether the actual government, the way it actually works, would produce that ideal outcome. Right? So since legislation usually reflects the most politically dominant or powerful interest, it's not always the case that the legislative fix will come out the way the economists plan it to be. And in fact, the economists who do public choice economics demonstrate this every day with the concept of rent seeking. Rent seeking people can get legislation that favors their interest over others. That's what comes out of the political process. So even if you have a market failure where civil liability doesn't do the job, all that means is you now have to explore whether you can get a better result from political mechanisms or not. And only if the answer to that is yes, do you want political regulation? I'm going to suggest that that's rarely the case. In an imperfect world where we don't get ideal outcomes, sometimes you have to settle for the imperfect world of the market, because the effort to try to get something better through political mechanisms can make things much, much, much worse if the legislation goes in the wrong direction. So it needs to be a little skeptical.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. So we say that certain forms of law are, say, more or less effective or get better or worse outcomes. By what measure are we talking?
That's a perfectly reasonable question. I want to answer it, but I'll try to be concise. Civil liability, tort law that I talked about today, will not embody any ideal of justice. So you're not going to get the perfect Rawlsian society. You're not going to get a libertarian society. You're not going to get any ideal theory of justice. So if you have a concept of the way society should be, then civil liability won't deliver it. Of course, there's a question whether politicians will deliver it either, so that you still have to make a comparative assessment, but you can't get justice from civil liability. Civil liability only does one thing. It channels human behavior toward cooperation and peace and away from violence. Like the way tort started was, it was designed to prevent violence and get people cooperating. That's still the case. The tort rules that we have now, the reason why they work so well, especially not tort, especially contract commercial law, is because it teaches people how they can cooperate without having to spend massive sums of money protecting themselves or in monitoring behavior like that. It reduces transaction costs of human interaction, and that tends to make society more prosperous over time. All civil liability does for you is it promotes peaceful cooperation. I'm going to say, be happy with that. Right? That's what makes everything work. Whatever your theory of justice is, you need peaceful cooperation to get there. If you really have some theory of proper behavior that everybody's got to embody, and you want to work towards it, start with what you get out of civil liability and ask yourself, can I get closer to my ideal by empowering politicians to make rules? And only if the answer is yes, should you go forward. That was a long way of saying civil liability, common law, when you said, how do you judge it? You can only judge it based on whether it's promoting cooperation. It doesn't promote any other ethical or political value per se.
I see. Thank you.
Anything else?
You have a question, Matthew?
If there's no more questions, I'll go back to the slides and give the ending I left off for time purposes. Are there any more questions about the talk yet before I try to inspire you to like civil liability? If not, let me go back to, I'll share my screen again. Okay. All right, so since I have extra time, I'm going to tell you a story. It's about the 1950s in the United States. In the 1950s, there were some ways in which it was a very dark time. There was something called the Red Scare and the Blacklist. And at that time, if you were associated with socialism or communism, you could be blacklisted. You wouldn't be able to work. Nobody would hire you to be an entertainer. You couldn't work for the government. It was a very oppressive environment. Some of you may be familiar with this. Edward R. Murrow was a journalist who famously took on Joseph McCarthy and tried to expose what he was doing. And he was, he's a hero, but he didn't end the blacklist. Since I like to recommend movies, I'll recommend you all go watch the movie Good Night and Good Luck, which is an account of Edward R. Murrow's effort to publicize the Red Scare. The interesting thing is at the end of the movie, his show was actually canceled. He didn't end it. What was going on at the time was the government itself was promoting the blacklist. I have some examples to show you. These are publications of the House of Representatives. So these are publications of the Committee on Un-American Activities by the House of Representatives in the 1950s. They were publishing things like 100 Things You Should Know About Communism. It's got interesting, has any nation ever gone communist to free election? No. How do communists get control, legally or illegally, any way you can? Conspiracy is their method. Iron Force. What would happen if communism should come into power in this country? Our capital would move from Washington to Moscow. Every man, woman, and child would come under communist discipline. How can communists be identified? It's easy. Ask them to name 10 things wrong with the United States, then ask them to name 2 things wrong with Russia. His answers will show him up even to a child. This is a United States government publication. 100 Things You Should Know About Communism and the Government. Are communist traitors? This whole pamphlet is to help you make up your own mind on that. Facts speak louder than words. Are communists loyal? To Stalin, not the USA. Are communist spies? Anytime they're ordered to by their party. But you should make up your own mind. So these are government publications. I'll skip over. Here's another important one. The House Un-American Affairs Committee created a guide to subversive organizations. This is a list of hundreds of companies and people that the government wants you to shun, to not deal with. Don't buy from them. This is promoting the blacklist. That's what the government is doing. Politically, the government is promoting the blacklist. So why did the blacklist ever end? And the reason why it ended is that 2 men decided to oppose the blacklist. One was named John Henry Falk, and one was named Louis Nizer, who is a plaintiff's attorney. John Henry Falk had been a radio personality who was blacklisted, not because he was a communist, actually, but because he opposed blacklisting. So they nailed him as well. And he decided he had to fight it. So he brought a defamation lawsuit against the company and against the people who were manning the blacklist, which was somebody who had a supermarket in Syracuse, New York, and the guy who would charge people $5 to clear their name. And if he didn't clear their name, they couldn't work. So John Henry Falk brought a defamation lawsuit against the people behind the blacklist. Louis Nizer was his attorney. It was very difficult because he couldn't work. It took 2 years to resolve the case. During that time, he was going with, with strain on his family. He didn't have enough money. At times, settlement offers were given to him where he could have collected money, and he turned them down because He just had to fight the injustice. And after 2 years, his case was decided. Now, this, what I have up now, is the ending of a movie from 1989. It's a movie called The Verdict, starring Paul Newman. Regardless of that, I'm just going to play the ending of the movie. By the way, can you hear this? Is the sound on also?
No, the sound's not on. Professor Hasness, we can't hear it.
Have, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry. Is it a problem? Is it not coming through?
It was at the end, I think.
So have you been able, let me turn it on again so you can hear.
You reached a verdict? We have, Your Honor. Your Honor, we've agreed to hold for the plaintiff, Deborah Ann Kay, and against Catherine Labouré, Doctors Towler and Box. But, Your Honor, are we limited on the size of the award? What it means, are we permitted to award an amount greater than the amount the plaintiff asked for? You are. You're not bound by anything other than your good judgment based on the evidence. Please retire. And when you've agreed up.
Okay, the reason why I showed you that is because that's a direct quote of the end of the John Henry Falk case. After Louis Neisser and John Henry Falk had exposed what the people behind the blacklist were doing, the jury returned and asked to award more money than they had asked for. And of course, in civil liability, the judge correctly instructed them they can give any amount that they think is appropriate. So they awarded more money than the plaintiffs asked for. And the next day, the blacklist was over. The politicians were publishing things that promoted oppressing members of society. One man and one plaintiff's attorney brought a lawsuit that, just like in the McDonald's coffee cup case, imposed the cost, internalized the negative externality, imposed the cost back on the people behind the blacklist, and they had to stop. The blacklist was ended by one lawsuit at the same time that the political branches were promoting the injustice itself. So this is part of my argument for why you should always make a comparative assessment between what happens with political action and what can happen through civil liability. With that, I think I've used up all the time. Is there anything else I should be doing?
Thank you very much. That was excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, nice. I think you will too.
Daily.
Okay.
We'll take a 5-minute break and then I will give the final lecture for the day. So see you in a couple minutes. Okay.
Like,
I have my watch. I'll stop before 4. Okay.
That's good, you know.
Yeah.
It's interactive and
They can hear me? Muted. Or-
where do you want to sit on?
I always like energy.
Okay.
Need to walk around.
Okay. Just focus on that. Okay.
Okay. So welcome back. I'm very excited. This lecture, I'm going to be attempting to perform a magic trick to make something appear that seemingly is not apparent. But in this lecture, I'm going to be talking about anarchic order. Do I have the clicker? I'm going to need the clicker. Here it is. Okay, so essentially where I want to begin is doing a political, historical comparison. So we have, as Aristotle said, 3 main forms of governance. We have a monarchy, rule of one. We have an oligarchy, rule of few. And we have a democracy, the rule of many. And I want to dismantle democracy. But before I get there, I have a question. So we learned in the morning lectures, how many countries are there in the world? Okay, my question is, how many languages, living languages, are there in the world?
200. Way more.
Thousands?
Thousands? Thousands is correct. How many thousands? Not that many, single digit thousands. Yes, 7,159 living languages. So out of 195 countries, there's more languages than there are countries. But I think that's very interesting. So my point with this, we'll get to anarchy in a second, but that why we're studying economics and how we're arriving at anarchism is because economics and the price mechanism of profits and loss, of signaling to people, is a language that allows us to communicate in the language of the market. So I don't need to share a verbal language. I don't need to share sympathy or love with someone else. In the market economy, I can communicate with people via this bartering process of, is this a good price? Do you want this? Do you want that? You know, are you willing to pay this? Do you want this amount of money? Can I give you this amount of money for this item, this water bottle? So this is the whole market process. It doesn't require us to even share the same language. We can even use the internet. The computer will translate languages for us. If I want to buy a pair of shoes in Iraq, we can make this happen. But what happens is, with the existence of the state in society, this hinders our ability to communicate in the market economic process, the market language. So let's back up real quick to democracy. Okay, first thing you notice is that this is an inverted pyramid. Everything that's made in society is made by a pyramid structure. Think of a movie, you have a director. Think of a restaurant, you have a chef. He's telling this operation how it's going to be run. And then really, you don't even have a democracy. It really reverts to an oligarchy because this is an unstable shape. Moreover, as Rousseau said, democracy is nothing more than a moderate form of communism. It only works in small groups of people because in small groups, I know Ethan, I don't want to loot him too much. He may get upset with me. But in big groups of people, I don't know my neighbors. I don't know the people in the city next to me, let alone the state. So I'll loot them. I'll take as much as I can get from them, and I'll vote on it. I'll give me all your money. I don't give a shit. You're already exploiting me, you capitalist, property-owning pigs. So that's what democracy begins to foster. Moreover, I don't think people really believe in democracy in the sense that, like, if the majority voted to bring back slavery, does that make it moral? Does that make it okay? Does that make it right? Most people would say no. Even if the majority today voted for slavery, most people would be like, this is abhorrent. So is it the issue of what's passed or the system itself that's the problem? So Okay, so yeah, so today we really have an oligarchy. As the Italian political scientists wrote about, you always have a ruling minority. That's why democracy, this is the illusion that it's not the masses that really rule, it's the small group of people. These are the people in DC, the 3,000 people making all the laws, uh, making the legislation. It's not even the president. We have a legislative branch that really runs the executive branch. Moreover, we had these Madisonian institutions of the three branches: legislative, executive, judicial. But after World War II, with Truman and the Trumanite institutions of the Pentagon, the CIA, the NSA, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they bubble up the policy. They outnumber the executive and legislative branches, and they basically make the policy, and they just need the figureheads. They need the presidents. But maybe they sit them down once presidents get elected, even if they're running on no new wars, no new taxes. That was great on what you were running on, but this is how things are going to be done. This is how it goes. So democracy doesn't work. You really just have an oligarchy and a monarchy. So I think that's a pretty good last point I'll make on democracy, until I bring up more points, is that democracies are politicians with a short time preference. They're in office for 4, 8, maybe 12 years. So the whole incentive, as Professor Hans Hoppe demonstrated and analyzed, is to get what they can now, because what they can't get now, they won't be able to get in the future. So their incentive is like little children having to have all the fun now. So they want to loot the country as much as they can, make wealth for themselves, for their friends, get nice positions after they get out of office. And what's the cost of this? The cost is for the future generations. Whereas the monarch, he's held liable for the costs he incurs, whether it goes going to war or for funding projects. He has to pay back the debts he incurs. He's held liable. So you have accountability. You know who's incurring all the debt in your society. It's the monarch. But under a democracy, you don't know who's voting for this. Everyone's held liable. And it's just very short time preference. It's renters who are renting the car rather than owning the car. You'll drive that car into the ground if you rent it. I did. My mom had a rental car. I jumped it. The front bumper popped out. I was like, Mom, don't tell them we pushed it in. The bottom was scraped up. Her car, I also did that too, but that's not the point. Her other cars, she knows about this. She's listening. Anyways, so the last point about democracy, actually, I think that's most important, is this idea of war. Under a democracy, if you are part of a country that is in a war, the enemy sees you as voting for this. So that's why in World War II, in this century of democracies, you had civilian casualties, because they're part of the so-called enemy. You can be an asset. Your property can be socialized to be manufacturing armaments. So I need to take out your factory, regardless if you're actually part of the political industrial complex or not. You can be quasi-politicized. Whereas under a monarchy, I want to take out the king. Everyone's a subject. They know their place. So we have this process of the market. And the market essentially is what I like to refer to under anarchic order, the alternative to the political status system of democracy. So maybe it would look like this, comparatively, where there's no rulers, no kings, or it looks something like this. To make this argument for anarchy, for the market, against democracies, I think we need to cover more or less 3 foundational institutions, which would be the market for jurisprudence, arbitration, mediation, the market for security, and then maybe we'll get to like some of the smaller things like roads. But beginning with jurisprudence in a polycentric order is going to be based off of essentially the market process of competition. And okay, so a lot of people think, if I have a market competition, a business, and I have to take someone to court, can't the company who has the most money buy off the courts? This is a common argument against freedom. And the thing is that because these are third-party agencies, they have a reputation. So the reputational system would be what verifies someone's legitimacy to operate as a third-party mediator and arbitrator for decision-making. They would be the most trusted, not only people, but institutions. So we'll have a natural aristocracy. I like how Professor Hasnes said that there's always regulation in the markets. There's no like unregulated free market. The regulations are internalized. They're part of customs, cultures, religions. They're not necessarily regulations that are political. We don't need political regulations. Even when you have political regulations existing, we'll have overlapping regulations. Maybe for the sake of the interest of anarchy, and we listen to Professor Hasnes on justice, and I think that's great. So I don't want to get too much into that, but let's go back to security. Okay. And to preface this idea of what the market for security can look like, consider a society that's an automobile, what would you call it? Political society, where you have to have a certain type of car. Okay. In the market, you can choose what kind of car you have. But if the political system says, you know, this car needs to have all these specifications, it needs to be able to go this fast, maybe it needs to be of this qualitative standard, then what you'll soon realize is that there will only be a couple of choices on the market available for you. Maybe I don't want to use the word market, but this would be more like the imposed idea, the imposed society of what you need to live by. So my point is that this is a violation of your self-determination. And self-determination is the idea of you choosing for yourself what you want, not only for your life, not only for what you do, what you buy, but what's also not imposed upon you. That's what statism is it's an imposition that you have to subscribe to this form of policing, this form of rules, the laws, whether you like it or not. What I forget the quote, but the government, the worst one is the one that gives you government good and hard. I don't know. Okay, so security, it's a market. It's overlapping circles. People would protect you. They would also have a tendency towards defense and harmonization because waging wars, being aggressive is costly. But think about the police. The police have a badge. If you get hurt by a cop or killed by a cop and you go to court, they have qualified immunity. Literally the same organization, the cops and the courts are operated by the government, you know, tax funded, public servants, serving with honor. So they have qualified immunity. You barely win in a court case against a cop. Moreover, we don't even have these pre-contractual negotiations of, okay, what are you going to protect? What happens if you fail to meet the protection against the cops? There's no contract. It doesn't exist. So obviously, as you know, you have a supply and demand curve. The price is going to go up and the quality supplied will decrease. And because it's a basic bureaucratic price controlled, not a price controlled, but it's operating outside of the market process. So they're immune to the competitive profit and loss feedback from consumers. So when you have conservatives that are saying, you know, I back the blue, okay, the cops agree to uphold the law. Some laws, if you want to use the term, are immoral. Therefore, all cops are criminals. They're enforcing these gun laws against the Second Amendment. And furthermore, especially conservatives who are like, I back the blue, I support the cops. That means you're supporting the government who may enforce laws against you, against your property, against your life. So who are you really supporting? I think it's just like a misunderstanding of saying I support the government. I don't see how you can be, anti-government and back the blue. Why not have markets for security, for protection agencies? You can have Uber, you can have security agencies that Uber to you at certain times of day if you need the protection. But okay, so I think all these examples pretty much go hand in hand with each other. Okay, think about, this is a beautiful book, The Road to Freedom, but don't think about the book itself. Or actually think about the book, but not what's in the book. Think of this as a building, an office building, right? So you have different levels. Okay, so on one property, you can have different floors. And basically there's an owner of the building and there's rules of the building. Maybe there's security in the building. Okay, you have an elevator that goes up and down. It goes vertical. So we have capitalists who are making beautiful buildings, just like the cover, all over the world, right? And they're creating vertical transportation, vertical structures of art. Just turn it horizontal. Now you have basically a society where you can have, instead of a private vertical transportation, a horizontal transportation. This is just the idea of what private roads would look like, private transportation. I don't see why we can't understand that, like, oh, capitalism works when it's vertical, but not when it's horizontal. I think that's a pretty good idea of the market for roads, but also for security. Because you can have a building that has private security, just again, turn it horizontal. Now you have a geographical society, just extend the geography, and you can have private security there. So, yeah, anyways, the reason why I want to have this graph of the effects of a maximum price control is just to continue displaying the logic of interventionism, statism in society, and the effects. If the government sets, this is the market price for milk, if it sets a price below the market price in the idea of, oh, we're going to provide people more milk because it's cheaper, then at the newly lower price, the quantity supplied decreased, whereas the quantity demanded increased. So you have what's called, inefficiency, or a deadweight loss, or a shortage. So what does the government do? It says, oh, wow, look at the price of milk. It's or there's a shortage. What we need to do is basically either put another price control on the price of cows, or we need to put a maximum price, which is just the inverse, or a minimum price on the price of milk supply production. So it's the same idea, basically. Like, what's a good example of a minimum price control? What are the standard examples?
Rent control.
Rent control, yeah. So then you have a shortage of housing. So this is basically the logic that, like, governments can't solve your problems. In fact, they just make problems worse. This is like having, this is basically the logic that we still live under in economics and all over the world, is, well, you look at these market failures, and that's why we need the government, because this is unacceptable in a civilized society. But the bureaucracy grows. Think of COVID, okay? You have virologists who are studying deadly bat coronaviruses. So what do? They want grants for more research. So they want to actually make the bat coronaviruses more deadly, because then they could get more money for research. And then in 2020, they became celebrities, rock stars. Amazing. Look at all these bat coronavirus virologists. But then just apply that to all over. Okay, the military industrial complex makes money with the companies Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, by making bombs and weapons and missiles. So you have this racket that actually needs to use their products. What are bombs and missiles good for? They're good for war. So we have a great economy for the war industry, the Department of War. If you had, again, the government zip coded a butcher, no butcher would be butchering. It's the logic of on one hand, economics and the lack thereof. So now I want to show you this, which I think is a very important graph to kind of bring it back to our contemporary world of why economics is so important and the ignorance of it. This is a graph of estimated percent of 30-year-olds who are both married and homeowners. So you look at 1950, above 50%. Look where it's at today. And the question is, why? Why is this the case? Because of our disregard for economics, our disregard for understanding the significance of money and the idea that you can't manipulate money and have it not have consequences. Less than 15%. I think now most first-year homeowners are 40 years old. And this is because the government printed money and it goes to the banks, and the banks go to give loans for homes. So then you increase the demand for homes and the supply remains relatively the same. There's some variables, but all else being equal, the price is going to go up. Look at universities. What's the average tuition now of Occidental? 70? I heard 80. 80,000. For the quality, what kind of quality education?
I took that for 14 years. Besides my lessons, zero.
Yeah, zero about. Okay. And then you think about what colleges are doing now, you know, people spending $80,000 a year for a degree in gender studies. What value is that going to produce in the market other than going back into the bureaucracy? Now, half of all homes in the US have a government paycheck. So we have the world's biggest government. What happened? Well, we had the Constitution that actually centralized and formalized the creation of a central government. And we have the world's biggest empire. I mean, 200 bases all over the world, $1 billion to create, 10 million a year to maintain. This is why, you know, foreign policy and wars are significant in our understanding of where we're at now. Why are things so expensive? It's because we're paying for the empire that we can't maintain. And you don't even have to be against war. I mean, you can be pro-war, but understand that there's a cost to it. And the cost is this graph right here, that your children and their grandchildren will face high home prices. And I think to bring it back to anarchic order, this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which I think is a very nice graph. You have civilization on the y-axis, and it begins with the physiological needs. First, you need to be alive and relatively safe. And then maybe you have love and reproduction. And then you have personal esteem. And at the top is self-actualization. What that means, I think, is more or less subjective or different for everyone. It's how you find your meaning in your life. But where I think we're at now with you know, going to this graph, is this an increase, upward trend or downward trend in Maslow's hierarchy of needs? I would argue that it's a downward trend, or at least a very rough threshold for people to self-actualize when they're struggling to make ends meet, when they're facing inflationary pressures. Yeah, I think what we're seeing is the product of democracy, which, you know, as we mentioned, in the 20th century alone, 170 to 220 million people murdered by their own government. Why? Because the government doesn't care about you, okay? I barely know you, and I care more about you than the government, but the government doesn't, I don't know my neighbor. So how can I care about someone I don't know? Like, that's unrealistic. That's delusional. So then the government is gaslighting you, saying, we're here to help. We're the government. We're here for your public needs. And what do? They pass these laws in the name of good faith. We're going to lower the price of milk. But what's the result? Less milk. Okay, so then is that more self-actualization or less? It's decrease. Your love is threatened. Your esteem is threatened. I can't get milk. I can't get safety. This is why we shouldn't have a society of necessarily democracy, but maybe more panarchy, where all forms of government exist Okay, we can have places of theocracies, monarchies, oligarchies, democracies, anarchies. This is what the world can look like. We can have 20 billion people living peacefully, no wars. Where are the wars coming from? I don't know anyone in Iran. Why do I want to go fight them? No, it's coming from the nation state, the military industrial complex, the bureaucracy of the War Department. If you have if you have alcohol in the fridge, you're more likely to drink it. If you have a Department of War, you're more likely to use it. So when you have these departments, they're going to be used, and they will be used. If you have a budget that you can live above, then you're going to live above your budget. There's a nice story of Professor Tom DiLorenzo discussing how in his university library there's all this furniture. He's like, why is there so much furniture in the basement of this library? And the librarians are like, well, if we don't spend the money on something, then they lower our budget. So they just buy furniture, fill the warehouse. So this is a complete waste of resources. Okay, every missile that's produced, the millions of dollars that go into it could have been food and clothing for people in this country. So this is what we're facing today. But we don't have to live this way. So I just want to confess to you that what I've attempted to demonstrate here is not, in fact, magic. Whether magic is real or not, but this is just what can exist when we relieve the ignorance that the government tries to impose upon us. And when we have this paradigm shift of seeing what actually can exist and does exist, but is strictly limited and regulated, then I think we can live more towards our own self-actualization. So thank you very much. I think that's all I have, yeah. Okay. Any questions?
That was so good. I don't want to ask any further things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. It's amazing. Do you want to announce what's coming next?
Okay.
2 weeks.
Patil, I just finished. Any questions? No, you're okay. But do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Okay, so this is the 7th pillar, which means we have one more pillar in 2 weeks, and we'll have Professor Walter Block joining us. And so yeah, that'll be in 2 weeks. And any questions you have in the future going forward, the topic is praxeonomy and philanthropy. Yeah. And the conclusion, the epitome of anarchism and what that society will really look like, more on the culture aspect, I think. And maybe I'll go into my own research. So maybe I'll give a lecture on that. But thank you all for joining today, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Girl, clap. David, they clap. Clap.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you.